Hello, everybody. I am back and ready to rock. Let's go ahead and start by doing a battle, and then we'll get into some Satisfactory right here. To battle! It's battle time. All right, while we're running that battle, I forgot to do my title. Hold on, let me adjust my title. I got distracted. Instead of doing my stuff, I was doing other stuff. Something I was supposed to be doing. I get distracted easily by other stuff. That's why I try to stay focused on what I'm doing. Otherwise, I suddenly realize, wait a minute, I was doing this thing, and then somebody or something distract me, and then I got all off onto something else, and then I forgot to do the other thing that I was trying to do in the first place. But no problem, we got it taken care of. Now, do me a favor, everybody. Look down in below the stream there. Make sure it says Satisfactory. And that it has updated my title. It does help me a lot. Now, sometimes I see it update on my end, but people say, okay, it didn't update. Don't blame me. I put it in there. I just use the stuff. I don't make it. I didn't make the Twitch website. I just use it. Though, you know, if I was still in my youth, I would have definitely tried to make it. Because it is awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and connect to the server while you guys are doing that. All right, open the captain chat. Show you guys some love. Right over here, Fat Freddy, Ams, and Rotisserie G getting some loot. And Ams coming in overall MVP with the 10 kills. Awesome. Great job there, Ams. All right, we're getting some gold. We're getting some loot. Making our way across the top side here so we can get double chests here and then going for the boss. I think we're going to get a good ways in on this one. Well, let's keep it going. All right. Let's see. I'm feeling right side on that one. Bomber back up? No. So we're going to go vampire. Again, I'm trying to work on all these ones that I rarely ever do. Trying to get those guys leveled up. Then we'll come back to that in just a moment. All right, now here we are in Satisfactory on our mega server. What I've been doing is feeding some various resources way up here. Now, if you look down there, whoa, it's way down there. I could try to jump onto that guy's back. But as you can see, we're way up here. Now, this is actually the beginning of the game. And we are doing a bit tougher stuff in this particular playthrough. That's where we take our beginning nodes, and we have basically 3 different node areas. We have our iron down there. We have our limestone down there, which is not a great limestone node. And then way over there on the side, we have our copper. And you can see that we're bringing those up, and we're putting those into various different factory edges over there. Now, what I want to do in this particular playthrough is to go through and make it where that we're storing the raw resources. So it's going to backlog a bunch of raw resources, and then we run those raw resources into the various different parts. So instead of actually making the factory at the node, which is what I normally do and is way more efficient to do it at the node, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up, store it, and then run it into the various different parts of the factories. So first you're going to have a storage, and then you want to have a place where you're running, say, limestone. And so you run some of it over there. You run a line to that, and then it fills the limestone up, and it's running the limestone. So we'll have separate factories for each and everything. It's actually kind of a fun thing. We've never truly done that before. I've done a bit of that before. But never where I had different factories for different things. And we have, basically a lot of space up here. As well as this whole center area here I'm going to have for trains. Trains can come through, distribute the various resources, and then those resources will then go into their various places. Like the train could come up, and we could have a station right here that stops right here. It feeds it in here and then feeds it into these lines, which go into the storage and all of that. And we're just kind of figuring out the logistics of making all that work. Now, the cool thing is when I'm not around, the server continues to run. Because it is a mega server from my buddies over in Nitrato. You want to get your own Nitrato mega server. Feel free to go ahead and follow that link right there. It's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. Go ahead and drop my name, Kismet, get 10% off. So there you go. Style it, style it. So this will keep running, and it'll just keep making as many resources as it can until it runs out of power currently. Now, had I had coal power, it would have just kept running and running and filled that entire thing up. But because we're using, right now, biofuel, because we're at the very beginning of the game, it's only going to run for so long and then stop. But that's a lot of concrete at the early game. And then over here, it's made me a bunch of, whoa, way too many plates. More plates than I want to actually grab. I have some more biofuel on me there, too. More plates than I really want to grab there, and we'll sort that out. And then over here, it's also making some rods, or, oh, screws, actually. Oh, cool, even better. Let's do that. Now, here's a little trick I'm going to show you guys. You want to put the ones back that have less than a full stack, like that. And the reason why you want to do that is there's no reason to walk around with, like, 3... it's just burning a whole entire stack. So you have, like, 3 screws there, just burning that whole stack and kind of wasting it. Now, another thing you can do is you can go right here, which also has some rods, and you can go ahead and pull your rods out of there and stack up your rods as well. And I just pulled it out just to fill that stack right there. Now we have a bunch of rods, and then over here we're doing all of our copper stuff. And right now you can see it says no power. And then we'll run over here. And we'll jump our way up here and check in on this. All right, so that's a lot of that. Now, I got a bunch of that already. But again, I'll just go ahead and max that stack out. And then over here, cable is something I've been struggling a little bit with. But man, it filled that whole entire thing up with cable. Now, the second I do that, and as a matter of fact, we'll go ahead and grab a second one of cable here. The second I do that, it's going to start to put the excess that was already in here, in this one, into the box. So it doesn't require any power at all to run your conveyors, and that's all the stuff that's in here. And so it'll run the rest of that in that box until it gets full or until it runs out. And now we got all of that done. So very nice. Now, our real goal for today is to get to coal power. If we can get coal power going on today, I'll tell you a bit about coal power as well. Over here. There we go. And sometimes, you know, when I'm looking down here and I'm looking down at my base, let's go over here. And I've got the hub down the bottom for right now. I'm going to probably bring it up today. It's down there. See it right down there? Let's go get a penny! I see a penny, everybody. Let's get it. Bam! Now, the cool thing, if I die, if I have my hub down, I'm fine, because I can literally just walk out of the hub right over here. Now, Fixit doesn't like you wrecking their property, everybody, because you are the property of Fixit, your corporate overlords who are sending you down to this planet to get your stuff going on. And I die all the time because I don't want to have to walk down. I just jumped out and dead, bam, moving on. All right, now we got some other stuff to do here. We've got some field research over here. So we can do the MAM. So let's go ahead and select that one. Let's go ahead and put all of that in because now we have plenty of resources. Right there. All right, bam, that's off and running.
Milestone reached. The molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, will allow R&D to provide new technologies, items, and buildings based on samples collected in the field. To ensure a greater chance of success during exploration, an upgraded tool belt has been provided, as well as an object scanner and beacons. Note: the object scanner requires calibration via the MAM to enable detection of specific objects.
I love that lady. I love that lady. She's always got my back, and that's what I like about her. All right, we're going to put the MAM down. I like to put it down by the hub here, nice and easy to find. You can put it down anywhere. Now, what we want to do is we want to do all of these kind of unlockings as we go. Now, I have a special little box around here somewhere. I think it's over here. Yeah, it's over there. Of a whole bunch of just like random loot that you get when you're running around. So I'm going to go ahead and grab some of that. I don't know if any of this stuff I really need right now, but we'll grab some of that stuff too. And we'll run over here. And now what you can do is unlock stuff here in the MAM. Now, I don't have the alien organs yet. We're going to get into that. But we can do this one. And there we go. Oh, I do need some
unlocked.
biomass. All right, cool. And so we can do this. Now, I've already unlocked biomass through the thing, so there's multiple
New
ways to
research
unlock
available
biomass.
in the MAM.
But I always find that doing it via the chainsaw is a better way to go. Nutrients, here we go. We can unlock this one.
New object added to the object scanner.
And now we can scan for that stuff. And didn't have any of that. And there we go. So what you want to do is basically it encourages you to explore in the game. Find yourself tons of various loot. And then bring it back and then put it in the MAM so that you can research it. And I keep that stuff usually over here. I've got a bunch of extra resources and whatnot I could probably get rid of now. But you get the general idea. Gets that going. Now also on me I have a bunch of fuel that I can use. And you can see I've got 4 of them here. So I'm going to go ahead and let's see, cut this in half. Let's put 100 in this one. Let's put 100 in this one. You get the general idea. And we'll go ahead. Oh, I hear my thing coming back. Yeah, I can get that going on. And now that I have fuel in all 4 of them, I can start my factory back up again. Now I probably should go in and do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this, and this. And then what you can do is you can go in and just kind of stack these like this. So I cut it in fourths, right? So now basically it just did all the math for me. I don't have to figure out the extra math. I can just go in now and put that in there. So you split, you know, one stack into a fourth and another stack into a fourth. And then you can just put all your biofuel in there in GG. Now over here, I actually have it making biofuel, whatnot. I'll probably end up having to grab some more so it's making it while it's burning it at the same time. We have another node here and a bunch of other nodes that we could tap in over here. We'll get that going. But we want to keep our upgrades going now. And we've already done tier 1, which is base building, your logistics, which are splitters and mergers and stuff. And then we just got the MAM. We got another hand slot and more inventory slots, which is awesome. And I always go right to obstacle clearing because you want to get the chainsaw because it's just way easier. And then parts assembly here. We want to go ahead and get that going on so we can start using our assembler, which is going to allow us to use those reinforced iron plates. So let's go ahead and put all that in there. And then now that one's off and running. And there we go. And that's got about 6 minutes till that one's done.
Complex assembly of parts can now be automated. Project assembly parts can now be constructed and sent up via the space elevator.
And there we go.
Project parts are too complex to produce by hand.
Okay, and you can see that it's just cranking that up there. Now let's go ahead and get our chainsaw. Now that we can have 2 items in our hand, we can have our little stut and then our little boom. There we go. Now we don't really have fuel for our chainsaw. Now I find you really don't need that much fuel, so I'm going to scalp a little bit of this fuel here. I'm going to go ahead and take that out of there. I'm going to cut it in half, put it back in here before it runs out down here. Cut this in half, cut it in half, cut it in half, cut it in half, and then merge all these ones together. Put them all in here to merge them. Again, you only need just a little bit of biofuel to actually use your chainsaw. I usually find about 5 or so is good. And the great thing about the chainsaw is it's an AoE kind of weapon. Now make sure you have lots of room in your inventory like I do before you go and do this, because it's going to AoE everything in that particular area. Even up there it'll grab some. If it's just a bush, I suggest just to grab it. Now this, it doesn't grab these, so you want to grab those. Those are part of your MAM stuff. But if you hit, say, a bush, it gets all the stuff in that area like that. So I try to aim toward the middle so I can kind of get the most for my AoE blast. Like that. Easy peasy. And this is really just the early game. Later on, you thought, bro. Oh, whoa. Another one came and got me. Woo! You see that health? Look at that health down there. I basically have no health. Woo! That was a close one. That was a very, very, very close one. I practically have no health there. But such is the way it goes. Now, again, those guys like to sneak up on you. I guess I'll go get my whole thing. Now, one of the things when you do leave the base, you do want to have a higher health. I always forget. I'm always jumping off of stuff and all of that. You really want to have a higher health, so you do want to eat some of your food. Oh, I was going to put this in the thing. I forgot to put it in the thing. All right, now I've dropped a little bit of it back here so I know which is which. This one here is leaves. So I'll put the leaves in there, and then this one over here is wood. Now later on they have signs and cool stuff like that in the game. And so that's going to feed in there. It's going to make some more biofuel. Now if I just hang out in my camp, you can see I've already got 3 back. If I'm away from danger, I'm automatically going to get those 3 bars back. So that's why you'll see me most of the time at 3 bars. But if you are out and about and you are going to potentially get into some trouble, you might want to nom some of these little barrel nuts. And you'll find a ton of them everywhere as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and eat those up and then back to some chainsawing. Right over there. I didn't even think about getting my health up. That's how bad I am about my health. Again, if it's just a bush, just hit E to grab it. Ah, look at this. What we got here? Ah, Marsilia. Oh, we need that.
Suggests strong molecular bonding features frequently observed in adhesives and medicine, both beneficial for field research. A new research tree can now be accessed in the map.
I didn't even know this was here. Now watch out when you walk into spooky caves, everybody. We all know it's what happens when you get too far into spooky caves. Am I in a room? No. Why didn't I get that? There we go. Whoa! I don't think I've ever been in this cave. Alright, good enough. Too spooky for me. I was getting stuck on stuff. Alright, so getting low on the power. Now that Marsilia, you're going to need that later. And I also need what's right up over here. And this is going to unlock some sulfur for me, too. So I can
Data
search
shows
for
this
sulfur.
is a mix of sulfide and sulfate minerals. It could be an indication of recent volcanic activity. A new research tree exploring volatile self-defense applications can now be accessed in the MAM.
And there I am. I'm out. All right, so there we go. So what you do is you just use about 5 of them to get some resources. And then, of course, if you have it set up like I do, where you can just have it automatically run and make more biofuel, you can go ahead and then, you know, kind of get into the cycle, right? So now you got more leaves. Now you can make more biofuel. You got more wood in here somewhere. There it is. To put that in there. And then on the other end of this, right, where it's feeding all the biofuel in there and it's making biofuel, now you can see I have 68 more biofuel that it just made. So that was very nice of it. And now I have more fuel to get more fuel, basically. Oh, and my thing's coming back. So perfect timing. Actually, let's do the thing here first before we go. So while you're out collecting stuff, it was out, the launcher was out. And it's now coming back, so we can go ahead and unlock some other things, like the awesome sink here. I just don't have enough plates for that. Oh, and we need a bunch of plates there. All right, let's do that one. We'll put in what we got right here. I guess I do need those plates. And then we'll run up and grab some more plates. And I have one side that's like a switchback loop, and then I have another side that's like a straight edge like that. And you can see I built it way up there, right? And it's just the beginnings of the base. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you like to build up so high like that? That's so I can run the trains later on. My goal is to get all of the resources and bring them into a central spot. And it's actually not that hard. You just run over there, do what I did right here, right? You find a node, you put an extractor on it, you run it up to the same level, and then you put a train station there, and then train comes and picks it up and takes it back to your base and drops it off. Simple as that, right? Now, the cool thing about the train is that you won't have to run power out to there because the actual train tracks themselves actually run the power. So that's all you need to do. Run the train tracks, make a station, Run your train out there. You got power. You got the train itself. And then GG, you win. GG, you win. All the loot is for you. So let's get some more plates over here. Now, ultimately, you want to move the MAM to where all your resources are. Now, I keep it down there so that when I jump down and die, I don't have to run all the way back up here. I'm going to grab all of this and take it with me. I feel I'm going to need a bunch of plates here in a minute. And when I run down, I'm going to need a bunch of something else. You'll see. You'll see I need a bunch of this, that, and the other thing. But that's the way it goes. And again, I don't mind dying. It's okay. It happens. Why? God, no, I don't want to die. I changed my mind. I changed my mind. No! I'm fine. I just run out the door. Run back over here. I find that if you're afraid of dying, it's going to be more of an ego thing than anything else. Now, I don't know why it always takes out the most annoying stuff and doesn't take out my gear first. Like, the gear would be the first thing I'd want it to take out because what I'd want to do... oh, I got to put that in the thing. What I'd want to do is have my gear back so I could use the gear on my character. But for some reason, it chooses that last. I don't know. Don't blame me, everybody. Don't blame me. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. Why are you not switching? There we go. I don't like to be on the chainsaw the whole time. All right, Marsilia. Yay, let's convert that. We got a bunch of it, too. And it's just around the corner there, too. Remember that nice cave. All right, what do we got? Marsilia and some biofuel. Oh, maybe we can snag some. Snag some out of here. While it's doing its thing. Biomass. There, I wonder if I have any left over. I doubt it, because I would go in and use that. What do you use to? Oh, I do have a bunch in there. Huh. Normally I would take that and put that in the thing, so I don't know why I would have that over there, but I guess it was just on me at the moment. But hey, it all works out in the end, doesn't it? All right, let's go over here and Marsilia. There we go. Now we can unlock fabric. A lot of these take like 3 seconds, everybody. They don't take very long. And this one over here is a combination of a whole bunch of those. Now look, I can make parachute. Parachutes are fun. I could actually use a parachute right now. I need 10 of those, and I think I only have 7. Again, if you were going to use this, you'd want to take this and put it in here so it was making biofuel out of it. Doesn't do you any good saving it in here in your box. Let's put that in there. A little bit of... Oh, I could use my sulfur in there, too. Let's get the sulfur going on. Now, I normally don't do the MAM. I'm really a MAM slacker, but I'm going to try to be better in this playthrough. Sulfur's a good one because you unlock some good stuff with sulfur. And then we need a little bit of coal and more sulfur.
New resource added to the resource scanner.
That going on. And then we can search for sulfur. We can hunt it down, all that stuff. Keep going to that one. That's not the one I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to this one. I should really take all this stuff out of here and move it closer to my thing over here. So let's go ahead and make another little storage container. Maybe we can sneak it in here at the end. Yeah, that'd be nice. And let's go ahead and put all that away. And then we'll go this way. Gotta reorganize this power too. Power's right in my way when I'm walking back and forth. Take all that out of there. Take that box out. I can put power there now. I should probably do that. Take the power out there. Grab this one. There we go. And then run that into the power line. What line is this guy running into? That one. Run that into that power line. What's we got down here? We go ahead and put that into there now. Keep that going, then grab all the dish. There we go. Very nice. Now this looks like a chainsaw, but you can't grab it. You already grabbed it up off your body. So we're working on sulfur. We're working on this stuff and all of that. But what we're going to do is we're going to move it all over here, though. So we're going to put all this stuff away just in case we need that as a backup. And then again, put all this other random stuff in here. Not that. That we're going to put into the thing. This and this. Perfect. All right. Just fits in there nicely. We'll sort our inventory. And again, just keep those leaves going. And then we'll go. How much stuff we got? 4. All right. That ought to do it. Now, it is a bummer that you have to stop and do this, but in a minute, we're going to unlock our coal power, and then we're going to go work on that as well. But I do like to have a good backlog of wood and leaves so that it just is like it's processing that while I'm doing something else. You can really go to town on this. I mean, collect a ton of this. Oh, King of Berbers coming in, showing some love with the host. I appreciate that. Hello to you, King of Berbers. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you dropping the love on the stream. As you can see, we're doing a new playthrough of Satisfactory here. We're kind of like on day 2. Now, again, I've played the game for hundreds of hours. One of my favorite games of all time. The only game I've ever given an 11 out of 10. That's right. It goes to 11, everybody. Just like my stream. Incredibly fantastic game. Amazingly, amazingly well done. I absolutely love the game. I played through it 40, 50 times. I don't even remember it so many times now. But we're doing something different now. Every time we play, we do something a little bit different. We try to, do a different spin on it. Now, this time what we're doing is we're taking all our basic notes from the very beginning of the game and running them into a raw ore storage, which I typically don't do. I typically build everything at the node, and then I run that particular thing from the node up to the main base or up to wherever we're working. But in this one, we're not going to do that. We're going to take the hard road. At least it's tough in the beginning, but in the long run, later on, it's actually better when you get more toward the end of the game, where you're really hurting for resources, or you have to keep tearing down your factory and redoing it, tear down your factory, redoing it. And this requires a lot of upfront work, which a lot of people, they want that instant gratification. They don't want to have to do all the upfront work. But that's what we're doing in this playthrough. We're doing a lot of upfront work where we are pre-running all the lines and all of that stuff ahead of time. All right, more of this in there. Oh, that was a lot right there. And then the wood right there. Very nice. And you're going to see that we've got our biofuel going here. We're going to get to our coal today, I believe. And then we can take out a bunch now because our power, we still have a good amount in our power here. So it's 4 per minute. So, we got like an hour's worth of stuff running there. So we've got plenty to keep it busy while we're out just like, clear cutting all these evil trees. Darn evil trees, messing up my corporate empire over here. Hey, Cryptic Matter, what's up? Berbers Raid, hey, Cat TTV, thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm not familiar with my stream, everybody. My name is Kismet. You actually might have seen me on Satisfactory thing. They actually were talking about my my board on there a couple dev streams ago. I have a board that talks about what's been done, what hasn't been done, which resources have been gathered, and all of that. Great way of communicating to other people who are on the server what has been done, and then they can work on the other pieces. And again, I'm very early in this particular playthrough. I'm playing on my mega server, brought to you by the amazing people over there at Nitrado, who are my server partner. They do a great job. I've got 7 Days to Die servers, Astroneer servers, Satisfactory servers. They're usually Johnny on the spot. And any new server, look at this, more loot for us to grab later on. They're Johnny on the spot when a new server comes out or a new game comes out that has servers. Man, they're on top of it. I highly recommend Nitrado. In fact, if you drop my name, bam, you get your own Nitrado server. Invite all your friends and buddies and get 10% off at the same time. It's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. Feel free to go ahead. You're like, well, Kismet, what do you get if I get a server? I don't get nothing. I already got a server. I'm fine. You go get yourself 10% off. Saving money is making money, everybody. That's how we do. Do you enjoy this game? I can never figure it out. Oh, this game is awesome. What are you talking about? This is an incredibly fantastic game. It's easy to figure out. You run around. I'm collecting some leaves and wood right now, and I'm using the machines Very much like a Factorio. Very much like kind of a combination of Fallout and Factorio together, right? Where you're doing a little bit of RP, right? When you're doing your quests and stuff like that. There's a little bit of kind of quest unlocking, or really you're unlocking different stages of your progression. So you're getting faster belts and faster stuff. This game is incredible. It's absolutely amazing. I would highly recommend it for sure. Let me see what you were playing here. Let me give you a shout out, show you some love in my chat. Now, everybody in my chat, make sure to go show them some love. We're bringing some love here into my stream. Let me go ahead and give you some love there in the chat. Bam! Right there. Let's see, what were you playing? You were playing no game, according to Twitch. You were just sitting there and going, I'm just sitting here. I'm just sitting here. There you go. You were playing no game at all. You were just chatting. You're playing FNAF. What the heck is that? Final New American Flags. You're playing Final New American Flags game. Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, I should have known that. I should have known that. Yeah, very fun game. I love watching that when people are playing that. I've actually never played that either. So there you go. You have never gotten into Satisfactory, and I've never gotten into Five Nights at Freddy's, but I do love to watch people play it. I don't typically play scary games. I think like the scariest game, and I would not really consider it that scary, would be 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die, another amazing and addicting game. Now this is like a survival factory builder, so like again like a kind of like a Rust meets Factorio, kind of a combination. And really fun. You run around, you collect a bunch of loot here. Again, I'm just in the early game. Uh-oh, now it's time, everybody. Time to show what I'm made of. By running away. Running away, not in a straight line, though, either. Don't do that Game of Thrones thing, everybody. Don't run in a straight line. I just know there's millions of people were yelling at the TV when that kid was running in a straight line. I know I was. I was like, don't run in a straight line. What are you, nuts? Guys shooting arrows at you. All right, so we'll run back, and I'll kill that guy later on. I can upgrade all my weapons and stuff later as well. Let's go ahead and do a little side thing. We do another game called Stream Raiders on the side while we're doing all of this. So I'm going to run back to my factory, and I'll tell you a little bit more on how to be an excellent gaming tycoon like me in Satisfactory here in just a sec. To battle! All right, now this is a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. It's very fun. I've been playing it for a long time, for years now. Super fun. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's, super fun game. I do like to watch people play it, but again, I am so easily jump scared. I mean, like people drop bits on my channel, and I jump scare. That's how easy I get jump scared for sure. All right, now we got a bunch of it going here. That's going to run for a while. We're going to get a lot of biofuel from that so we can keep our machines going. I'll give you a basic overview of what I've got going on here when we're done with our battle here. Wow, that timing. That timing, that's why they call me Kismet, everybody. I got perfect timing. There we go. Freddy, Fat Freddy coming in, getting some love. Akia and M's getting some love. And then Keygen, MVP, with that 8 kills. Now remember, this game is free to play. You can play it on mobile or on desktop. Again, it's called Stream Raiders. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come and join them. Might as well come and join them for some Stream Raiders as well. Ooh, this is going to be a tough one. That's why I'm going to blow it all up to smithereens. Let's get him. I'm going to blast that one right there. Now, what I've done is I put down a little character. He's a little bomber right there, and he's going to run in there. He's going to blow up this jail right here. Our goal is to wipe out all the enemies here. Now, what you can do is you can join us at streamraiders.com/Kismet or T/Kismet there, or you can just click the link in the chat. Really much easier. And then you can go ahead and join us. You can put down up to 6 units. You can put down 1 every 5 minutes, roughly, depending on which units you're putting down. And then you go ahead and join us. Look at everybody see putting their units down. You can see them popping up over there on the right side. And you can come and join us. It is, again, free on mobile and on desktop, whether you got Android, iOS, or you're on your laptop or on your desktop. You're welcome to come and join us. And, of course, the more people that join us, the more units we get, the more loot I'm able to give you. And I'm going to try to get you guys maximum loot today. All right, so a little bit about Satisfactory. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of the overview. So now Satisfactory is one of those games where you collect certain ore, right? So what you want to do is you want to take your ore and refine your ore. So right over here you can see I've got a bit of a node, and it's got what's known as a cap on it, node cap. And right here, this one is a normal node. Now, depending on which nodes you find, coarse, normal, or pure, is how much you're going to extract each time, right? So a normal node is going to extract 60. A coarse one is going to be 30. And then, of course, a pure one is going to be 120 from the very beginning with what's known as a Mark 1. Right here, you can see I've got it extracting. It's drilling down in there, grabbing that loot, and then piping it way up there. Now, why do I have it piping way up there? Because I'm playing a bit more advanced here. Normally, you want to build your factories right next to where you're working because it's much easier. But if you want to really challenge yourself, what you do is you go ahead and take that raw ore and you put it way up in the sky. So later on, you can build a bunch of trains. You can make vehicles in this game. A lot of cool stuff. And there's a lot of stuff to go and explore. And even glowing worms that you can grab and then power up your stuff. And some baddies over there that want to try to kill me. I'm over here, though. You can't get me. Those are not ranged mobs. Those are melee mobs. So I'm good. So what I can do is run up here. And what I'm doing is I'm running all of the resources to the top up here. Now, also, you get hyper tubes later on, which zoom you from place to place. You can do water and gases. All sorts of really killer stuff in this game. Again, it's an 11 out of 10. Now, why do I give it an 11 out of 10? Because this building is second to none. It is incredibly amazing building in this game. Great example, say I want to add some more foundations. I can hit F like I'm going to remove it. F is usually for removing items. But I can hit middle mouse button. And now what it does, it picked up that item. And now it knows what item I want to do. So I can go ahead and put that right there. Now, see these little metal things on the side? That tells it which way to go. Like I can go here, I go out to that side, or straight out there, or straight out there. Now, if you ever played a game like 7 Days to Die or another builder game like that, what you're usually doing is leaning over the side so you can put that piece in there that you want, right? In this game, they've already got that figured out, so you don't have to do that. Now, of course, you can also take it next level by doing this thing called zooping. Zooping is zooping fantastic because you can just go zoop. Just put a whole bunch of those babies in there at once. Now, I don't care if you've ever played a building game. That should make you super excited right there. I love to zoop. As you can see, I've been doing a lot of zooping up here. And whatnot. So basically, what I've done is I've fed all the raw resources up here to the top. And those are now going into some storage boxes. And those storage boxes are kind of backlogging in here. You can see I'm getting a whole bunch in there. And then what it does is it transfers between all these storage boxes. Then it ends up here in the smelter. So you take the raw ore, you run it into the smelter, you smelt it down into iron ingots. I mean, this is just about every survival game you've ever played, or basically factory game. And you take the iron ore, and then you go here into your constructor, and I'm converting it into iron rods. Why am I converting to iron rods? Well, I need iron rods when I'm making stuff like the actual constructor. Or if I'm making other items, I'll need those rods, or upgrading or unlocking things. And then you can see I have the iron rods, and it's running into another constructor over here. And now it's making screws from that iron rod. So it goes from the raw ore to the ingots to rods and now to screws. So you can see that easy progression. Now, one of the cool things it does in this game is it gives you the ability to know what everything does. Right? See here, plates. So it tells you, hey, look, you got to go get the raw ore. You need the iron ingots, and then it makes it into plates. It tells you in the entire game what you want to make. Maybe I want to make some reinforced iron plates. Well, to do that, I'm going to need some screws, and I'm going to need some iron plates. Over here on this other side, coming out of here, you'll see them coming out of there, making iron plates, because I need those for other things that I'm going to be doing here in a bit. And you can see I've got some more factories going over there. There's copper on that side, and then over on this side, the most important thing, I think, over here is my limestone, which is being converted into concrete. Concrete is what makes those foundation pieces and a whole bunch of other stuff in the game. And that's basically the game. And then it just gets more and more complex, and you get more and more stuff. But it's not really that hard. It's like any other survival game you've played in that kind of mechanics. If you've played any other thing like Factory or anything like that, you're going to pick this up very quickly. Now, something I like to do is I see a penny down there. I'm going to go get it. Now, I could have made a parachute, but no, I'm fine. I'm going to go down and splat right there. Now, why did I do that? Well, so I didn't have to walk down because I'm lazy. You don't really have a death penalty because this game's still in early access, but I have a feeling they'll add it probably later on. But basically, I just jumped down to save myself the time of walking down. I can grab all that loot. I can put my chainsaw back on me. And then my little zapper. Little zappy zap zap. Xeno zapper there. And then eventually what you do is you build other little mini factories. Like right now, what this is doing is it's taking wood and converting it into biomass. Now, why am I doing that? Well, that's why I was collecting all the wood and stuff. Makes it into biomass, and then what it does, it makes it into solid biofuel. And that biofuel then goes into this box, and then I can take that out, and I can go over here. Now, these are biofuel generators. I'm going to run around this side. These are my biofuel generators, and what they're doing is they're powering all of the stuff that's going on right now. Now, in the beginning, you have what's known as feeding power, where you have to feed the power in there like this. So we're going to put another 100 in there, and another 100 in that one, and you get the general idea, right? So I'm just going to cut this in half just to kind of keep this going for a bit longer, so I don't have to check in on it. Oh, that one's already at max. Actually, with that one's at max, then I could probably max the rest of it. Oh, that one is maxed. This one is maxed. That one not quite as maxed. Knock it out. All right, so now what I did is I maxed those out. I can only put 200 in each of them. And then those are going to run. So based on how many machineries you've made is how much power you're going to need. Now, this game is all about power, just like every other factory game. You want to make sure that you have enough power to sustain your thing. Now, eventually, when we get into coal power here in just a moment, I'm going to show you how to get perpetual power, so you never have to go and collect wood and leaves anymore to keep your stuff going. You can just use your coal power and then add more coal power as you need. So to do that, though, we need to run over here to our hub and unlock some more fun stuff right over here. Now you can see we've got our current milestone is the resource sink, and you can see we've got a bunch of stuff in there. All we need to do now, add a little bit more in there, and then off it goes.
Milestone reached. You have been given early access to the Anti-Waste Effort for Stress Testing of Materials on Exoplanets bonus program. Funneling parts.
I didn't even think about it, but I'm glad I didn't put a roof right over the top of that.
Will grant you coupons in the awesome store.
Oh, it actually went through it. It's actually done collision.
Examples of bonus content are parts, walls, factory attachments, and cosmetics. Fixit is working hard to develop additional...
So what I just unlocked there is what's known as the Awesome Shop. Now, the Awesome Shop is, just as it says, awesome.
Go awesome.
Go awesome. So what I need is I need a little bit more screws here. Now, I can manually make the stuff, which is typically what it does. It kind of walks you through. You kind of manually make it. Then you make it in a factory. You manually make it in a factory. You go back and forth. I love that kind of progression. I think their progression is really solid. I think their game overall is incredibly excellent. And this is called the Awesome Shop. Now, if you have a bunch of extra stuff that you have, you can earn tickets to unlock things. Like one of my favorite things is a coffee cup. Now, why do I need a coffee cup? Well, it's made by Coffee Stain Studios, so obviously you need a coffee cup. I want that coffee cup in real life. And then also what it does is you're walking around with a coffee cup instead of a big chainsaw in your view, right? You got to walk around and try to build stuff with a big chainsaw in your face like that. That sucks. But with a little coffee cup, you're fine. It's not obstructing your view. Now, it used to be what everybody would do is run around with those little barrels. Wherever they were going, they have a little barrel nut wherever they were running because it had the least obstructive of your view as you would run around. Now, to do the Awesome Shop there, what we need to do is we need to put some of the resources into the Awesome Shop. And the Awesome Shop takes a lot of power, so watch out when you start firing that out. So I feel like actually it might be time to put this up above. So let's go ahead and go up there. Do a walking up here. Now I want to get this going so I can get my little vehicle. So instead of me walking up and down here, I can actually zoom up here with my vehicle. I got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It says it up there in the upper right-hand corner until my thing comes back, right? My little launcher that launches up into the space station. And as I do more and more stuff, and I kind of prove myself to Fixit, which is our global space overlords. They're the big corporation that sent you down here. And once I keep proving myself to them, they keep sending me more and more advanced things as I go along. Let's say we'll put it, where do we have a lot of excess? Probably over here in this. Let's just put it off here to the side. Oh, we need some plates. Okay, no problem. How convenient. I just put a thing right here so I can make some plates. Now, to make some plates, I need some screws. Now, I can tell you I'm making a bunch of them over here. There's no real reason for me to make any if I have a whole box full of them. let's walk over here and get this done. I'm also going to do some zooping, just to make it easier for me to walk over there in the future. We're going to zoop. Oh, or I can hit R. There we go. Turn my zoop on. It's going to be much easier if you got your zoop on. Get your zoop on, everybody. Bam. There we go. Now I don't have to walk this little edge here. I got lots of room I can walk. Walk up here, get a bunch of screws. Now again, see how I got that 4 one? Take that one off. And just grab a bunch of stacks there. And then we're going to go over here and make a bunch of reinforced iron plates. Now you can set up a whole bunch of machinery to make you iron plates. I find reinforced iron plates, if you only need 5, 10, 15 of them, you can go and do this. Now, you might notice that I'm not actually holding down the button. That's because if you put the arrow on the little hammer and you press the space bar, it will lock that in and it will just keep running and running and running. I could literally just stand up from the computer and walk away and come back when this is all converted. So you can do it that way as well. I probably should have done that in my when I was at the beginning. Is I should have made a bunch of this and a bunch of that and a bunch of that. Probably a better way to go. But we eventually got it where it's making it for me, most of the stuff. And we'll have it make reinforced iron plates here in a bit as well. But again, our goal right now is to get our coal going on. So let's go ahead and go back over here. Ah, down I go again, everybody. Don't hit that edge or I'll be up there dead. I want to be dead right here. Bam! Coming back. There it goes. Alright, grab my stuff, though. Now, your stuff doesn't really go away, so you can come over here and grab all your stuff back. You'll be just fine. I like to keep a couple... Oh, wrong one. I like to keep a couple spaces empty, just in case you drop your loot and you need to pick up your stuff and all of that. You're good to go. Now, what else do we have? We got some other metals we need to find. We got one more, I think, to go here. Our logistics. We need more rods. I think we could probably get some of those. And then more reinforced iron plates. So we're going to go ahead and set this as our milestone. We'll put in there what we can. And then let's see. We need to get more of these. So let's go ahead and get those going. And then what I will do is I'll come back and grab some more rods, or I can just literally grab some raw resources and make some myself. Because that's not that many rods, but it's always something that you need for the thing. Which is why I like to move my hub, which I'm going to do here in a minute. I'm going to move my hub closer to where the resources are, so I don't have to constantly keep running back down here. The whole goal is to never have to come down here again. You just have your extractors. Your extractors then run it to where you want to be. And then you don't ever have to deal with the things unless you're upgrading them and you're upgrading the lines that are going up there, which you'll see me do later on as well. Let's see. That's about 30 of them. I think we have enough here to upgrade. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take the hub out. So I can just take it out. Now, this is kind of a danger time, though. I'm going to take my MAM out here. I'm going to leave that. Take out my thing there. And there we go. Hopefully coming through my thing there. And there we go. Now we're going to go ahead and move up to where the resources are. So every single time I need resources, I don't have to run all the way down to the hub and jump down and die or do whatever I need to do to get there. Best to bring your hub to where your stuff is. Now, if I do fall and die, I'll actually appear up at the top now once I put my hub down. But if I die right now with no hub, what will happen is I'll randomly appear somewhere in the world. And then I'll have to try to make my way back over here, which isn't usually too hard. You just start running. Even if you got a bunch of mobs on you, you just start running away from them as fast as you can and make your way over here. All right. Now, all my resources are running in this direction. And I have a little cross runway here that I can use. So I think I'm going to put it right over here by my concrete. Turn my zooping back on again. Try to get my zooping in. What's your deal there? There we go. And zoop that. Okay, so there's a nice little temporary spot for me to put my hub. So I'm going to go up here, put my hub up here now. I'll turn it sideways. And let's say right there is good. I give myself some room here to navigate back and forth. Turn that off. And I just go through and I click everything again, because every time you put your hub down, it puts these little exclamation marks, which try to drag my attention. And there we go, hub down. Now we had a bunch of other things around our hub as well. We had things like the MAM over here that we're going to use. We also had over here, an equipment workshop. So we'll go, oh, we don't have enough rods for that. And you get the general idea. Now also what I want to do is go ahead and try to make it where I don't have to run through all that machinery all the time. And so we can go ahead and just kind of fill in, because we're getting a lot more concrete now. We just kind of fill that in and run over here. Now I know this one's plates, and this one here is rods. So we'll grab some of those as well. Plenty. And now, see, it's much easier. I can just run back and forth, grab all the resources that I need. Now, in the long run, we want to have every resource run by the hub, and actually eventually by the space elevator, which is going to unlock all of that stuff.
Milestone reached.
So we just unlocked all of this.
Conveyor belts and conveyor lifts are now accessible. To encourage additional verticality, conveyor poles now have a stackable variant.
Now, one of the cool things is the stackable conveyor pole. That's probably your most useful thing in here. The lifts are kind of, you don't have reinforced iron plates usually by now, so it's really not that worth it. Now, jump pads take this thing right here, rotors. That seems very early for rotors for me, I think, but I can go in and just make them right in here, because I feel like I just unlock it and then take care of it and just move on. Move on to our next stage, which we don't even need the hub anymore. The hub it will now become basically useless other than using it for construction. But I don't even need to have the hub up here now. So you're like, oh, kid, we just moved it up there. Well, the only reason why you'd move it up here is if you did die, you would then teleport back to the center of where you're working. And that's why I moved it up here. Not because it's going to be really all that useful after I just do this one right here. And again, same thing about rotors and certain things that you unlock as you go. It's just easier for you to make it. It's faster. Instead of me going through and getting all the resources and putting all the resources and building all the factories and building all the stuff, just me sitting here with no hands free and just letting it run. If I have enough resources to do it, it's better for me just to do it. Now, I have about 5 minutes before it comes back, but I can still tag it. I can still say that's the one I'm looking for. I'm at 33 of 50, and I can just keep going. And hopefully by the time I'm done doing this, it will have the thing back. I don't think it will be, though, because it's going to be pretty close before it does. We'll probably have like 3 minutes left by the time this is done. And I like to make the exact right amount because I like to save the rest of my resources. And later on, you'll see us making rotors, and we'll be making plates, and we'll be making all of this stuff by using the machinery. But I find in the beginning it's not really worth it. Now, while that is doing all of that, another thing that we need to do is we need to build up a bunch of resources for this big old thing called the space elevator. Now, you can see I'm pretty close. Now, what you can do is you can put it over here on your to-do list on the side, which is pretty sweet. And we need a bunch of wire and a bunch of rods. You're like, oh, kidding me, how are you going to get all those resources? Oh, well, see, last time I set it up to do all those resources. So all I got to do is come over here and grab it, right? So there's 200, 400 right there. You know, I might want to grab a couple extra for later on. And then when it comes to wire, I can navigate my way around over here. Same thing here. I should probably just make a... Now that I have plenty of stuff, plenty of concrete to get me going at least. Not enough to build out my base completely, but I can just scoop that out nicely. So basically I just come around the front of it here, right? Come around the front and grab it, and then I can run across here. Because I was hurting for so much resources in the very beginning, you can't really make these big, long runs like this. Actually, this is a lot for the first day, right? I did most of this on the first day. That's a lot. Oh, look at that. I forgot that one spot right there. That's how you fall to your death. Forget that one spot and down you go. All right, we got wire going here. You can see that's going into there. And then over here, we have the stuff we're going to need later. We'll take a bunch of that. Well, let's go ahead and just kind of finish this out here. Nicely like that. Maybe even add another row. And we'll go ahead and just give ourselves lots of room so we don't fall to our doom, hopefully. No guarantee that I won't do it here in a minute anyway. Whether on purpose or on accident. But there we go. Now we have our space elevator. Now our space elevator also is going to go in the center here, and I'm going to put it by the hub. And the goal of all of these eventually is to feed into that space elevator. So we'll want that nearby. Right over here. We're going to need a lot of room. The space elevator cannot be overstated how absolutely humongous it is. And so we're going to burn up a lot of this concrete. Again, zooping is the greatest. Now, it used to be where, before Update 5, you had to do each individual piece by itself. And believe me, that takes a long time getting that going on. Let's go over here and kind of finalize a bit of this, too. Watch how far back I can grab it from. Say, I can bring it toward me. I find that... oh, it's at its maximum. I find it's better to go away from me than it is to bring it toward me, because then you have... Otherwise, you end up with that gap like I did, and that one more left to do. There we go. Look at that. And then, just that quick, I made that much... made a lot of room. Now, I like to keep a little bit of an extra room, though, before I put something down, and that might not even be enough space. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, and now I used up all my concrete. Now I can't... I don't have enough concrete, so... Luckily, it's been over here making concrete while I was waiting. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, and the thing's coming back, too. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. So we're going to go ahead and put this here. Now, I'm going to put it a little bit further this way. I'm going to see where that kind of road is here. And we're going to try to get it where our thing is facing us, just for aesthetic value. Watch this, everybody. Like I said, it is absolutely huge. And there's a reason why they call it a space elevator. I've watched this hundreds of times, everybody. It's cool every single time. Every time it's awesome. Whoever thought of this was a genius. This is what we need in real life, everybody. Giant space elevator. Alright, there we go. Space elevators ready to rock. Now we want to make ourselves some smart plating. Now we can go in and set up a whole production of smart plating, but I rarely ever do. I rarely do that. I usually just make it over here. But before we do that, though, we got one more to do in here. Let's go ahead and finish this up. Get this one going. And we're going to make our jump pads. Now, I never use the jump pads, everybody. I honestly never do. I haven't... I mean, I've put them down a few times just to fool with them. And they actually have it now where you can actually do trajectories. So you can land and go boing, 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 boing from a whole bunch of jump pads. So feel free to test that out and have some fun with that. I'm going to full on just skip it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work on smart plating is what I'm going to do. Now, right over here, smart platings is one of those ones that you'll want to kind of get going. Now, see right here, I can't really make it in the thing right there. That's because you have to make it in something, right? At least I just from remembering correctly. Yes, you got to make it in something. Now, one of the cool things is we do have a bunch of resources here that we can use. And let's go ahead and fill in this side over here with all of this resources and whatnot, and like this. Very nice. And so what we need to do is we need to feed it into here. So the first thing we could do is we can go in, I call it the play yard, where you just throw down the constructor here and you go in and you look and see if you can make that particular thing in there. Now there's another way of doing that. You can go ahead and open up your recipes here. You just search for, now you don't have to type the whole thing out, smart plating, and it tells you that you need reinforced iron plates and you need rotors and it's in the assembler. So it tells you what to do, and then you just add the list here of how to make smart plating. So it's in this thing here that we unlocked called the assembler. Now, one of the things I suggest you do, no matter where you're working, is always just make yourself a crafting bench. And I like to have crafting bench spread all over the place. So no matter where I am, or if I have enough resources, I can just plop it down wherever I am. So if I need more rotors, I can go ahead and just make more rotors. Now, again, I could make a whole production that's making plates or making rotors and screws, and then making rotors, and then running the rotors into there and doing all of that. But you know, it's way easier just making it yourself like this. Right there. But that is fun too. I have played through that way as well in the past. But in this particular playthrough, we're just going to keep it going. Now, I need more screws, but how convenient that I can just walk over here. And easy peasy. Screws-a-roonies. Alright, very nice. I'll walk back here. Make some more reinforced iron plates I think I was making. Let's say we'll make 10. Bam. And then put down our assembler. Now, you can only put it down so close, so you don't want to be too close to the actual machine, because what I suggest is to put a box in between, so if you have any overflow, you can get that going. But in this particular one, we're not going to do, because this is at the very beginning. So what you can do is just go in, tell it to make the smart plating, and put the actual resources in there. Then have it doing the resources. Now, it's going to take 2 per minute, and we have to do, and it's going to basically make 1. So we need 50 of those, right? So if everything takes 2, right? This is 2 and this is 2. We need 100 reinforced iron plates and 100 rotors. Now, you just saw me do 50 rotors, right? So I take this and I'd move this closer to the machine over here, like this. So when you're little, you need some resources for that. You can sit here and do that. So I can just sit here and do that. I just do it myself and then feed it in there myself. And that's a lot faster than going and creating a whole. Now, one time I went through all the extra effort to do that when we got the server. And I was going through all this extra effort, and I made all of the reinforced iron plates, and I made all of the rotors, and I made all of that stuff, and I got it all ready to go, and I started running it in there so we could have the actual production of all of the stuff, and I was running in and I was getting it ready, and I was almost done, and somebody upgraded the elevator. Somebody upgraded the space elevator right before I was about to do it. I forget who it was, but they literally did it right before I was about to have the actual machine go and all the machinery I built to do it. And I was like, hello, bad communication. I forget who it was, and don't even tell me if you remember. Don't tell me if you remember. I can't remember. Hey, Master V, how's it going today? Going good. We're playing some Satisfactory, having some fun. Now, again, I need to have double the amount. So I need basically 200 iron plates and 200 rotors. I mean 100 iron plates and 100 rotors. And so we'll start with our iron plates here. Now, the biggest problem about making rotors is that, and I'm going to close all this other stuff up here. Oh, nope, not concrete. Oh, might as well make some. I guess if we got some extra, we'll do that. Rotors actually use up some of the same stuff that use plates, right? So the screws, it's going to use that up. But again, it's just way faster just to sit here and let it auto run. It's going to take like 2-3 minutes. And while I'm letting that auto run, perfect time for a battle. Let's go. To battle! Let's go ahead and get her done. Let's go. 79 units now. We're stepping it up. Oh, we had 91 last time. Did we hit 100 units? We hit 100 units, and I don't see it. You guys remind me in the chat, all right? Because that was pretty close. We're right now 79 units. Guys, every time we hit 100 units, I'm going to give you guys 1,000 Kids Cats. We're going to be doing battles all day. We do battles Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and even sometimes on the weekend while I'm doing other stuff. As long as I'm doing stuff that doesn't require my full attention, right? If I'm running with my crew and we're doing PvP or we're doing, you know, like building like in 7 Days to Die or something like that where I really need to stay focused the whole entire time, then I don't run battles. Because it does distract me from what I'm doing, and then my team is at a deficit. So I try not to do that. But I try to run as many battles as I can. Sometimes I run battle mode, where even where you don't see or hear me, I'm still running battles here in the streams to get you guys a lot of loot. But it does require me to only, if I'm going to lay down and rest in between streams, I only get to rest for like 30 minutes, and I have to get up, start the battle, and then go rest again for another 30 minutes, and whatever. It really messes up your sleep, I've found, when I am doing battle mode. So we'll see. I think we can get enough battles in just here on the streams since we're doing like non-stop battles. Oh, got him. Nice. Nice teamwork down there. This thing's just pumping out tanks or something. I don't know what it's pumping out. Ninja Turtles. Oh, that was a tough one. All the way down to the end. Nice. Open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Dragon Overlord, Subi, Akia, Power Man walking away with some gold. Kijin with a couple scrolls there. And Akia showing how it's done with all 6 units. Look at these peeps. The Nameless, Kijin, Fat Freddy coming in with all 6. And Dragon Overlord with all 6 as well. Way to go, everybody. 17 kills. Akia is our MVP. All right, let's keep going. More loot, and more loot. We're almost done with tier 29. Going to get on to 30 here in a second. Let's see. Using the vampire. Again, just trying to get my scrolls. As many scrolls as I can to get my peeps leveled up. All right, we need more screws. Over here. Over here. I'm just going to grab them all at this point. Grab them all and make some more. Okay, what do we need? Rotors. Let's keep going. Get more rotors going on. So what are we at right now? How many plates do we got? We got 54 plates. We're at 36 rotors. We can make 38 more rotors. So that puts us around 80 rotors. And then I think we're going to run out of what? Screws, or are we going to run out of rods? That's always an interesting question. You'll know when the numbers get closer. I'm guessing rods because I have a lot of screws on me. But then we can just run over there and grab some rods as well. But again, we'll just try to speed this along so we can get to our sustained power by just doing it manually. I highly suggest if you don't want to build all that machinery that you just do this part. Like this. And usually that's how I do it. Usually I just make the smart plating and put it in there versus making all of the machinery. But if you do make the machinery, remember that you're going to use that machinery later on anyway. So you're going to need more rotors. You're going to need more of all the things you're making, reinforced iron plates and all of that stuff later on. You'll see us make separate factories for each of those things as well. We're going to get into all of that in a bit. But right now, we want to try to get this done. Let's see. We got that done. Reinforced iron plates. What do we need? Okay, plates. Plates and more rods. Okay, conveniently. Lots of plates over here. We're going to grab them. And then more rods. Ba-bam. Right over there. All right, that ought to keep us busy now. That ought to be enough. Oh, wow. 200 reinforced iron plates we can make there. I don't think we need to make that many right now. And again, we'll try to get to 100. And then we'll do what I call offline production. Offline production is where you let it run and run and run and run while you're not even around. So I'll just literally put this in the converter, let it run. It'll automatically feed it into the space elevator. And once it fills the space elevator, I'll go over there and I'll launch it into outer space, which is pretty cool. The second I do that, I will unlock my other tiers because I've already unlocked up to tier 2. And then when I launch this, I'll get tier 3 and 4, and then that'll allow me to work on my coal power as well. I'm at 82 right now. Very, very close. Now, I could actually be letting this run right now, but I like to get it all the resources first, then put it in there, and then what I call set it and forget it, right? You just set it in there, you forget it. It's going to run for an hour or however long it takes. Now, I can actually speed this up, and I'm going to, by putting it in multiple of them as well, since I do have a bit of power I can use. All right, there's 100 of those. Let's go back down here to rotors. Get those going. Yeah, I'm not even holding down. They added this a bit ago I can't remember how many updates ago it was, but they added a bunch of stuff where you can go in and just let it run and run and run. It's nice. Get some stretching in and some hydration. Hydration alert. Let's do it. Some good hydration. Then we escape out of there. All right, now let's go over here and let's feed this in here. Boom. I already had some in there. I already forgotten. There we go. So now it's going to make smart plating. So it takes two of these. So it's going to make a total of 50 smart plating because it takes 2 each one. And so you need a total of 50 in here. That's all I need to do. Just that one machine. I don't need to make this whole entire, elaborate setup to make all of the materials. I just make the materials there, and then I have it do the rest of it. Now, the problem is this is going to go at 2 per minute. So if we need 50 of these, that's going to be how long? That's 50 minutes, everybody. Or actually, no, it'd be 25 minutes. 25 minutes in there. But if we go in and we grab this, and actually, let's take this power out. We go in here and we grab this. We try to make another one. We got to make more plates. Back over here. Put that back over there. Make some more plates so we can make another one. I'm just going to make enough for 10. There we go. And then we can go ahead, put this one in here, make sure it's aiming the right direction. That's the hardest part. Hold down control to snap it. Now, instead of it taking 25 minutes, we can go ahead and cut this in half. Bring this out of here. Cut that in half. Put half of it in here. Now, of course, the more you do this, the more power you're going to use. It's actually smarter for you to make more of the thing, meaning more converters, than to actually overclock the converters, which we'll talk about here in a bit. So 50 and 50 there. And then we'll go ahead again, bring our power over, way over here. And we'll run it behind. And there we go. There we go. So now it's going to do twice as much. Now, I actually don't need to merge these at all because I can just run it into a separate line. And now, instead of it taking basically 25 minutes, it's going to take like 15 minutes, right? Because it's going to do basically 2 of them every minute for the next 25 rounds. So basically, roughly about 15 minutes. Because it's cut in half because you're doing 2 of them simultaneously. So really you're doing 4 per minute. Now I could overclock these, but I don't have my overclock thing unlocked yet. You know why? Because I have to launch my space elevator to get that stuff unlocked in my upgrader. So let's go ahead and let that run for a bit, for about 15 minutes or so. We'll come back to that. And we go work on some of our other stuff over here. Now we need to make sure we bring in a lot of resources with us here. We can probably drop off some of this stuff up here as well. Let's go ahead and get our stuff going. You know, we should probably move our MAM to this side. I usually like putting this in the back. Let's move our MAM over here. I feel like this is a more traveled spot on this side. And stuff's always in my way. It's always in my way. But such is the way it goes. And we'll just put it over here. Okay, and this is going to allow it to hold all of this other random stuff that I don't need right now. Put that in there. And now what I want to do is also bring my power up here. Now, why do I want to bring my power up here? So I don't have to run all the way to the bottom to get my power every single time. So we're going to basically disconnect all the power and all of that stuff here in just a bit. Now, see where my ramp is here? I highly suggest that you put in some walls just to tell you where your ramp is. If I put that there, then that's going to tell me don't go that way, but go right here, so you don't accidentally walk off the side, like I've done about 10 times just for fun, and die. Do you intentionally say over here, like Eric Cartman from South Park, because it sounds like him? No, I was born before Eric Cartman was even thought of. Before he was even a glint in someone's eye, I was born way before that. I was not only born before Eric Cartman and that whole entire series, but the person who actually made the series as well. Born way before all of those beefs. All right, so we want to go ahead and move our production. We're going to take all of this out. And what's going to happen, you're going to hear that scary noise, which is your factory going off. Right, and then over here, we've got all of our nice biofuel, which conveniently just fits in here. Now, if you go ahead and hold down control, you can take out a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. So we're just going to sweep across here and just take a whole bunch of stuff out. Now, we got to watch out when we are taking a bunch of stuff out at once because what happens is you start to get these boxes. I hate these boxes. I hate those boxes. And I can't pick any of this up. Now, another thing that's going to happen, too, is we might disconnect something like this, so it's no longer providing the power over here. But it won't matter because the power is going to be coming down from up there. But these over here need to feed back, and you'll see me redo my power here when I get into my awesome shop. I love the ones where you can connect them to the side walls and all of that. So I'm just going to take these out. It's going to drop a bunch of these things. Look at all this thing we can redo here. Look at all these power poles that can be redone. Now, one of the things I also suggest is to go ahead and make yourself a box. If you start dropping stuff, just make yourself a nice little convenient box there. Drop in there what you can. Because I'm not making anything right now, so I don't need those resources on my character. I can just temporarily drop that in there and just kind of do a little tidy up over here. Like so. Now, that was my other box that I had, so I'm going to need to make another one of those eventually. It's not all going to fit in there. Now you got the problem of, you don't have enough stuff, right? You don't have enough resources to make another box. So I just get rid of those little bit of leaves, put that there, and there we go. Now we have enough room to drop that loot. And same thing here. And over here. All right, there we go. So we've cleaned that up a little bit. We definitely need to clean up all this power. This stuff was all just temporary. Temporary power. All right, now our power is way cleaner. We got one line going to there, one line feeding both of these. In fact, I could probably take this one out as well. Make this even nicer. Go over here, and we'll run this way as far as we can in this direction. Let's see, wire too long there, so let's say right there. Now, I don't like stuff to clip, even though you can clip now in the game. You can do what's known as soft clearance. You got your hard clearance, which are your actual machines, and then your soft clearance, which are like lines and conveyors and all of that stuff. And I definitely want to leave my thing there, but now you can see that's much better. We've got that going, and now we want to go ahead and run this power way over there. And you can see I've got a whole bunch of these over here that I just made temporarily. Let's take all those out as well. And then let's go ahead and just clean this up nicely, because we're also going to be tapping into this power over here. But we know exactly where we want to go now. So when you know where you want to go, you start going that way. Oh, like that. And then this is old school here, everybody. Back in the day, before they had hypertubes, we used the conveyors to get around. And because that one goes pretty slow, instead of 3 there, now I have 1 connection up to here, and then that goes up to there. I could, in theory, try to move that one closer, put one down here and run it up here. I like to have it at the same level because there's going to be other nodes over here that I'll eventually tap into. Now, here's the cool thing. You can get on the conveyor here, and it will actually start to move you. Now, not quickly, though, but it will move you. But if you are running on it, it actually will run you a bit faster. And I was originally running the resources over here and making them over here at the very beginning of the game. But it also acts as a great travel. So if you're trying to get back from over there, you can just go ahead and run back over. Now, I want to go ahead and get my resources up there. Very soon, I'm going to be unlocking some stuff that's going to help me a lot in the long run. For sure, for sure. We're going to grab stuff from there. We're going to grab stuff from here and see if anything stacks. See how some of those came out? Some of that stuff is stacking in what I've got. And now we got to do a little bit of running back and forth. And again, eventually we do hypertubes, and we don't have to do this anymore. We just make a hypertube that comes to this one, to the other one. We'll run our hypertubes, and then we just get in our hypertubes, and zoom, it just zooms you right over there. We can also get some vehicles to run back and forth. Now I can actually make a vehicle right now. I find the vehicles to be kind of tedious in the very beginning or unnecessary. I just run. I'm in no big hurry, no big rush. to zoom to the end. I've been at the end many times. There you go. There we go. Yeah, Tycho, I think you've been watching way too much South Park, bro. I think you've been watching way too much of it. If you're correlating me to South Park, I have watched a few episodes, like some of the famous episodes, like the World of Warcraft episode and things like that. But if you say, hey, Kismet, reenact episode 37, scene 4, I'm not gonna know. I don't really watch a lot of South Park. Some of it is funny and some of it's just dumb. There's like dumb humor, there's sick humor, and then there's like, sometimes just funny jokes and whatnot. But for me, it's not my thing, right? It doesn't click with me. So again, but if it's your thing, more power to you. If you like what you like, right? That's how it is in life. Some people like stuff and some people don't. It's okay for us not to like the same thing or not to like it at the same degree. I like it. I think it's well done. I actually saw South Park and also The Simpsons before anybody else. I saw it premiere at the Spike and Mike's animation show way back in the day because I used to go to the animation festivals all the time, and I saw it before anybody. It was the very first showing of that thing, and then eventually it would go on to be actual series, and of course become the mighty stuff that it is today, like The Simpsons, man. The Simpsons has been going like the longest running series of all time. Crazy. So yeah, I got to see that stuff way in the beginning. But, hey, I thought, oh, cool, this is some good animation. I like the idea. I think the premise is funny, and so on. But I'm not the person that'll sit there and watch every single episode of The Simpsons or every single episode of South Park because I have other things to do. I don't mind watching an episode here and there, that kind of thing. But there are a lot of other things in life I would rather be doing than watching 30 years of a series. The Simpsons, there's so many episodes of Simpsons, it would really take like 30 years of your life to watch it all. That's a lot. That's a lot of time, everybody. Remember, you only got so many minutes. So enjoy what you enjoy, but also spend some minutes taking care of your real life, upgrading your skills, and trying to improve your everyday. That's what I try to do every day. That's why they call it improving it every day. I'm going to make another little box right over here, a little cross box going the opposite direction. And I'm going to put all my resources that I might need into there. Now, I've got all my powers off right now, and that's fine. I can go ahead and leave the power off until I'm ready to get it all going again. I have enough resources for the moment to keep things going. One of the things that did stop, though, as you can see up there, I'm at 10 of 50. All of my production for my space elevator has stopped. So I want to get this done as quickly as possible so I can get that going. Now, I could have just built it up there, but a bunch of my resources are still down here that I want to grab. And in this case, I don't want to jump and die. If I jump and die, I just end up at the top again, and I got to run down anyway. So, but if you got your hub down here, then you just want to jump down. No big deal. Now, one of the cool things I can do instead of running all the way over there is I can actually just take that out from all the way over here and take this out and just hope that I have enough room in my inventory, which I do, to get all of that stuff that's out of that box. Then I can look around and say, look at that. Look how nice and clean that is, right? Nice and cleaned up, looks sharp. Now this time, let's run over here. Just run up this right here. This one's nice and straight. This one's really good if you have a vehicle, because I can just zoom my way up here. I find the small vehicle to be my favorite because it's exactly what you would, a giant space mega corporation would, that's exactly what they would give you. This is the cheapest, junkiest thing, and then drop you on a planet with it. That's exactly what they would do, for sure. The OG fan, exactly. Now, again, I'm not a super fan. I'm just a fan of that stuff. Just like I'm a fan of Star Wars. I watched Star Wars, 1977, Man's Chinese Theater. It's the first time I've ever seen adults stand up and clap and cheer and just go nuts when that movie came out. And they get right back in line. Sadly, I was there with my dad. I was 7 years old at the time. And I couldn't get back in line because he said it was time to go. I would have got right back in line too, everybody, because, man, I want to watch that again. Way back in the day. But can I tell you what happened on, scene 34 and who the monster is or the robot is in the background? No. But again, I don't put people down for that. If that's what they love to do, more power to you, bro. You only got so many minutes. Enjoy what you love in life. Enjoy it. Don't let nobody tell you you can't love the type of music. You can't wear a green sock and a red sock. Go for it. If you want to, do it. Hey, screw everybody else. You only got so many minutes. You want people telling you what to do every day anyway. Hey, you have to listen to this type of music. You have to dress this certain type of way. You can't sing. You can't dance. I don't want to hear you do any of that stuff. Screw them. You want to sing and dance even if you're not good at it. If it makes you feel good and you're not hurting nobody, you go for it. You go for it. I'm too old, everybody. I'm too old to deal with anybody's like childish BS anymore. People come up to me all the time and they're like, Kismet, this, that, and the other. I'm like, bro, I don't answer to no one. I don't answer to no one. Not the wife, not the kids, nobody. You know why? Because every day when I go to sleep, I may not wake up tomorrow. Not just generally, but I mean because of my medical condition. Because I have sleep apnea and I stop breathing when I'm sleeping. So you think I care about, if someone doesn't like the music I'm listening to? Screw them. You think I care whether they, are worried about what I'm doing in that moment? And I should have figured that out way younger in my lifetime, everybody. It's not to worry about what the guy next to me is doing or what these people think I should be doing. It's to do what you love to do every day. And that is hard. That is hard to do. You know why? Because you get in a rhythm of just going to work every day and, getting $1 and whatnot. And then you're watching some movies, you're playing some games, and then you're just in that same rhythm every single day. Right? And then you just you're just wasting your time, doing nothing all the time. You're not upgrading your skills. You're not pushing yourself. In my case, I call it having creative courage. There we go. Darn sleep apnea. Can't even make sentences anymore, everybody. Having creative courage. And that's whether you're being creative like me, like doing 3D animation or whatever, or graphic design, or whether you're being creatively have courage, whether you're learning like to do mechanical work, like fix an engine or something like that, right? Or helicopters or boats or whatever it is you're into, or learning to sew or learning to, shoot guns or, or learning how to program games, right? Hey, whatever you're into, those should be also part of your daily routine. If you're not progressing as a human being, I feel like very much like a great example, Casey Neistat made a great example of life. It's like one of those escalators that are those kind of people movers, they call them. But they're really like a flat escalator, right? A flat escalator that's running along. And you get on those things, and of course they move you when it's going forward. But life is actually always trying to push you back. So it's like you're going on the wrong direction, right? It's like you're always going uphill in life, right? It's not fair. No one says it's going to be fair, but you're always going against the grain, right? The grain's always trying to push you back or push you down. And so you're going against that grain. So if you stand still, you start slipping backwards, right? That's pretty much life. And so for you to go forward, you've got to put some effort into it. You've got to walk a little bit faster to counteract that motion of life trying to kindly do it. Because you always have, tons of bad things. For every good thing that you have something bad. The big yin and yang of life, right? All of a sudden you become a millionaire, but then, of course, your whole family dies, right? Or you become a millionaire and then you die. That even sucks worse. Of course, have your family die bad too. But there's always something like that. With every great success, you might become a huge success. You become famous and rich. But now you're lonely because you're living in a bubble. You can't go anywhere. You can't even go to the grocery store without people hounding you and being all up in your face and doing all of that. You've lost your anonymity. You've lost your ability to just be a normal human being and whatnot. No one ever thinks of all of that stuff. No one thinks of that stuff. They just want to be rich and they want to be famous. They want to have all the stuff. They never think of the downsides until after that happens. And then they realize that they can't go anywhere. They can't do anything. They can't hang around with people because they never know if those people are just after them because they're famous or rich or whatever. You never know after that because you're at a status level that's higher than everybody else. And one of the things that happened to me when I was young, I was very successful as a graphic designer, and so my peer group that I was in, they weren't making 6-figure salary. They're scraping together just trying to go to college and just trying to succeed. Meanwhile, I'm over there making the big money. They didn't even know it either. All of a sudden, I show up with a real nice car and real nice stuff and all that. And they're like, dude, how are you buying all this stuff? And I'm like, oh, I got a real nice job. That's how. And I'm making a good amount of money. But I didn't tell them I was making 6 figures. I don't tell them exactly. I don't tell people how much usually I make. Now that it's years later, I can tell you guys. But I don't typically tell. I don't think it's anybody's business. I don't think it's anybody's business how much you make. It's nobody's business how much you earn in a week or day or whatever. And I don't earn nothing doing this, everybody. This streaming is for my health. This is a zero-sum game right here. If you want to lose a lot of money, get into streaming. If you want a lot of it to go straight down into a hole, you could be a Walmart greeter and you'd be making way more than me, everybody. But this is something that is one of those creative courage things, right? Is where you go out and you just do something not because it's about the money, not because you may be the most successful person in the world at that thing. I could be way more successful at graphic design. I could be making, $150 an hour right now with my background. But I can't do graphic design at the level before. And also it's very stressful because you have to get the items and you have to get it done by a certain time and it's got to get back to you and then you got to check for corrections and all of that stuff. And I've done hundreds of thousands of projects, everybody. I mean, more than just about anybody in graphic design. And I've done every type of graphic design you can do. And that's a hard thing. That's a pretty awesome career where you've done comic books, you've done t-shirts, you've done all sorts of stuff. Including billboards. Let's see, I'm trying to think of some other things. Cereal boxes, little nail boxes, aerosol cans. I mean, all the labels and all that stuff, that comes from someone like me, the designer, right? The graphic designer who puts text and graphics together to sell products. That's what I did. That's okay. I made lots of money doing it. And that's okay. People need products. It's okay. People need stuff for what they need. It's just when it gets pretty shady, when the stuff they're saying is not true, then that's when I don't want to be involved in it. Or if it's like something that's obscene or racial or homophobic or anything like that, I never get involved in anything like that. I don't want to be involved in it because it's my reputation on the line, and I don't willing to put my reputation on the line for nothing. For nothing, absolutely, because that's my business, everybody. My business is my reputation. Bet you didn't know that about business, did you? It's all about your reputation, whether people can rely on you to get stuff done. Now, in my case, because of my medical conditions, I am not reliable, everybody. I'm just going to tell you. I'm not a reliable graphic designer. If you send me something and I start to get sick, or if I'm feeling bad or I'm getting dizzy, I may not get it done on time. That's just the truth. And so that's a reality I have to face. Now, I used to be super, super hardcore, on time, every time. Hundreds of thousands of projects and never was late once. Ever. Never once. That's how hardcore, everybody. Never once. Never once was it wrong. Never once did a client have to come back to me and say, hey, this doesn't work. Never once. That is a hard thing to do in your career. Usually at least you have, one or two along the way. Hopefully it's only one or two. But in my case, never. I don't like it when people show up late. I think it's disrespectful to other people, and so on. So I hate being late for anything. I don't care if it's late for dinner. But now I have to be a little bit cooler of it because my medical conditions, sometimes they make me late. They make me where I can't stream 20 hours a day every single day. They make it where I can't do graphic design all day, every day. I'm just not strong enough. If I do that, then it comes at the cost of my health. And I'm not willing to trade my health for that anymore. Because I used to work all the time, 20 hours a day, as much as I could possibly work, do as much work as I possibly can. That's how you do like 30 years worth of work in 10 years. That's exactly what I did. I worked all the time. I was like the Elon Musk before the Elon Musk, at least in graphic design. I would just work and work and work. And even when I wasn't at work, I'd be at home working on other stuff, freelance projects and whatnot. I did a lot of working back in the day. That's what I love to do, and I lived for it. It wasn't even work to me. It was just something I loved to do. Now, of course, I also take time, be with the family and friends and with my girlfriend at the time, who eventually became my wife, who has been together 30 years. Try that one. Try that one in real life, everybody. I don't care what else you do. Try to keep a marriage together for 30 years. That's the tough one. Lots of rich people are miserable. Focusing on money is focusing away for the most of the time. Money is just a means to an end, everybody. It's not a goal. It's just a means to an end. It's a means to pay your bills. It's a means to buy the thing that you want to get. But to have money, if you have $10 million in the bank and you never spend it for your entire lifetime, You know, you want to keep some money in there for your retirement. Absolutely. Me, I don't have any retirement anymore. I took all my retirement out and I spent it on stupid doctors who basically told me to lay down and die. And I told them to go screw themselves. I've told that story many times here on the stream. But you want to save some of that money for your retirement. But really the rest of it, if you're not spending it on something that improves the value of your life and the value of the lives around you, then it's just a waste. It's just a waste because when you die, guess what? And someone else is going to get that money, mostly the government. Mostly the government going to take a huge chunk of that money when you give it to your kids or whatever, and they're going to say, thank you, and they're going to keep it for themselves and spend it on, you know, $10,000 toilet seat or something ridiculous. Who knows? Who knows what ridiculous stuff they're going to spend it on, but there you get the general idea. All right, we filled all these up, and they're running. Our stuff's back and running. We can look at our power usage in here as well. Now, this line here at the bottom is our current production. That's how much actually is going. This is if we had everything running right now. If we had everything running here on the blue line, we would only be right here at 94, and we are producing 120 watts right now. So more than enough power to run all of this stuff. And you can see we're at 23 now of that upper right-hand corner. And let's go ahead, actually put this, do we have room in here? No, we don't have room for it in there. So we'll put it over here as our production. So now we have enough to get a couple of those going. But what we really want is we really want to get our space elevator finished, right? We want to get that in there as quick as possible, get that done so we can unlock our coal power. Then we never have to do this, hopefully, again. Now, to get your coal power started, though, you're going to need to use this to get it started. Because it's going to start up your water, it's going to start up your coal plant, it's going to start up your coal extractor. And then once it gets into the coal generator is going to produce power. And then that power can be used to extract the coal and extract the water. And then you've created a circular event there, right? Now, the coal plant is extracting the water and the coal. And then the biofuel no longer has to do that. And so it will do that to an umph degree. Like I built 100, I think it was 160 coal plants, everybody. I extracted 160 coal plants, and it was like 12,000 power it was producing, and it was only using 2,000 power to keep itself going, and so I had 10,000 power left over for the rest of my factory. And I might do that again in this one. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But first, before we go off and do that, let's do a battle. To battle! Let's go ahead and get it going. Now, I go in stages. So I have kind of the beginning stage, which we did last time, and get that going. And then we have the kind of secondary stage where we are now working on our space elevator, and we're getting that going. And then we work on kind of like the second stage of the second stage, which is doing our coal power. And once you have coal power, forget about it, because I have another factor that helps me a lot in Satisfactory, is that I have a server. And that server I can let run 24/7, 7 days a week. So if I have perpetual power that'll just run every minute of every day, it's producing resources every minute of every day, even when me and none of my other crew is even on the server at all. We're not even on there. So it'll just keep collecting it until it fills up all the boxes. And the next time I come on, guess what? Tons of resources for me to use into the next stage. And that's what I like to use. I like to use the time factor, not just my kind of hard work grinding away factor, but use time to my advantage. So let's open the captain's chest, give you guys some love. Akia, whoa, look at all that loot. When pain comes, Dragon Overlord, Rotisserie G, and Subi walking away with some scrolls, and Akia, MVP with 6 units. Way to crush it. 13 assists. Nice, nice. All right. Ooh, and there we go. We got it done. We're already on level 30. We still got 19 days left, everybody. We got a long time left. Let's check those quests, though. Let's get those collected. We killed a glitch unit. Remember, collect these right away as you can so that they'll start to spawn another one. We got that done. Our shorts probably got a long time over here. Why is it not showing my scrolls? 2 hours and 25 minutes. So that'll be about 6:30. So probably going to check that back tonight. And let's go ahead and do this green one here. Now, this green chest is some good stuff over here. These are loyalty tokens as well. You get more loot. Whoa, okay, there's a lot of peeps. Okay. Now, this is always where I think, should I use my tank or should I use my bomber? You know what? I'm going to try some 200 IQ stuff. I'm going to put my bomber in the center. And you guys put your units around the outside here. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of wait for them to start running in and getting clustered up. And then I'm going to try to run my bomber in there and hit them. We'll see. And I'll try not to fast run my bomber. I'll fast run all of you guys down here in the corner. But I'll make my bomber walk real slow. So he'll hopefully take out more peeps. And there we go. See, we let it run. It's 39 of 50, so it's got 10 more to go. It's going to do 2 every minute, which means it's got about another 5 minutes, or even less now. I put the 41 out. It's got about another 5 minutes, and then that's going to be done. We're ready to launch the space elevator and unlock our next tiers. Now, what can we do while we're waiting? Well, I think we can go ahead and tap in to some more resources. Oh, wait, we could put our thingy thing over here, the awesome sink. We get the awesome sink up and running. Let's do some more zooping. Zoop. I love the zooping, everybody. I have built ginormous bases, mega bases, one foundation at a time. Believe me, it is quite the undertaking. Playing it in the old way, but this is awesome. I really love the zooping. I think it was very kind of them to finally add that. Because it is just it can be very, very tedious to have to make them one at a time, especially when you're making very, very large bases like I do. All right, so let's make a little bit more here. I forget how many it needs. I guess I could have put it in my to-do. Let's do that. Let's put it in our to-do. Let's clear our list over here and then put it in our to-do and see if we got enough. All right, we need 15. All right, there we go. And I feel like that to-do is made for just someone like me. See how I forgot how many it was just in that amount of time? I've already forgotten. And again, I feel like in the beginning it's better just to make the resources than it is to make the whole production of the resource. So, again, you will need it later on. So let's go ahead and tap into some power. That one's all tapped out. Let's go ahead and bring this one across. And there we go. Now, the awesome sink... Oh, I got it backwards. The awesome sink is a amazing thing because what it's going to do is it's going to generate tickets. And then after we generate those tickets, we can get things like coffee cups and vehicles and new parts and all of that fun stuff. So we're going to go into logistics here, and we've unlocked a few things. But what we're going to do is we're going to split a portion of this one out, and we're just going to run that right into here. Now what that's going to do, it's going to run a portion of that out here. It's going to slow down the production over here. But it's going to run a portion of it out of here into this, because we have a big backlog of resources here that we can just go ahead and get rid of over here. Now we need to make sure to reapply some power. And then now what it's going to do, it needs 966 things to make another coupon to unlock some stuff. Now, one of the things that we might want to do is we might want to use our faster conveyor belt right here, but we're going to need our reinforced iron plates for that. We definitely want to improve not only that line, but also the line that's coming out so it can just basically double it up. So half of it, 60, is going to go here and then to the other one, which is what it needs. It needs 30 and 30, so it's be 60. And then this one's going to take any excess and run it the other way. So we're going to make a bunch of these like that, and then we can go ahead and get our faster conveyor and just boom, you're going to see the difference. See, it's going much faster. Now again, make sure that you upgrade your output over here. Doesn't want to upgrade it. All right, come on, stop being feisty. There we go. And then you can see it coming out of there, and it's going to go ahead and burn up this excess. Now, how much excess do we have? We have 2 boxes back, 3 boxes back, 4 boxes back. Holy mackerel. So that's 4.5 boxes back worth of extra resources that we can run in there. And that's what's so nice about running it in the raw resources. You can be backlogging a bunch of raw resources while you're building out all this front part here. And that's what we're going to do in this one. Now, we're going to split this into 2 separate factories here at some point. But first, again, focused on our coal power. We want to get our coal power going on. Now, right over here, there's a panel, or you can do it really from anywhere in there. I like to do it from the panel. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I like to do. And here we go, everybody. We're going to seal it. And then we're going to send it. And off it goes. All right, we sended it, everybody. Now, what has happened in here in the hub? Now the corporate office is trusting us with some more advanced stuff. So we've unlocked 3 and 4 now. So we can now do our coal power. We can also get some vehicles and make truck stations. They've actually improved the way the vehicles work. I'm not going to use any vehicles. I very rarely ever use vehicles, everybody. I very rarely do. I prefer to either do it by train or by just run a conveyor over there because it's very much more consistent. I find we're going to get in some steel production, which will allow us to get to those faster belts, which we're going to get here. Advanced steel here. We're going to get our Mark IIs, which is going to be really nice. And then, of course, improved combat, some hyper tubes, going to let us get around a little bit faster. And then, of course, some more logistics, and including some power storage. So if we do have extra power, we can store that power in case we have a power deficiency at some point. So we're going to get all of that going on. And one of my favorite, I love the double container, everybody. Double container, very, very useful. By the way, have you ever noticed in the actual thumbnail of the double container, there's only one connector in the front of it. There's not one at the top, which actually in the double container, you actually have 2 connectors on both sides, both inputs and outputs. So you can send it one way and this way, and you can have 2 inputs from a thing. You don't have to use a splitter or a merger. It automatically acts as a splitter and a merger. So very, very cool. I wish you could put splitters and mergers directly onto the extractors. That would be awesome. Even if you don't do it on all the rest of them, just the extractors would be great. All right, so we want to start with AO number 1, which is our milestone of our thing here. Now, also, you notice up there in the upper right-hand corner, there's 2 of them now. The one at the top is our space elevator here. Now, sometimes the reason why I do that whole production to do the smart plates is because I want to do the smart plates because I'm going to need the smart plates later on. And see, and it's still got some left over in there as well. But I'm going to need some of these smart plates. So I'm going to actually grab these out, these reinforced plates, I mean. So I'm going to grab those out. I'm going to need these rotors now, so I'm going to grab those out. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take this out all together because we're going to come back and we're going to actually make this proper so that it actually runs all of that stuff into the space elevator later on. And we're also going to make this into a little power area. We're going to make it into a little area that's doing storage and so on and so forth. But we got to get our coal power first. So that's going to be our toughest thing to get done because we didn't create any platings. We didn't create a factory for doing our reinforced iron plates. But all we need to do is have enough to actually get the upgrade. So all we really need to do, instead of going and making all of that stuff, is just taking the time for it to make it for me because I have lots of extra resources because I've got my 3 basic resources going. Concrete, aka raw limestone, as well as I've got raw iron, which goes into iron ingots, which goes ahead and makes plates, rods, and screws. And then also my copper, raw copper to copper ingots, and then that's making copper wire and copper cable. So as long as I have those, I can then make them manually in here. And I usually do because it's just faster. Again, one of my factors that I'm always thinking about is time. My time. How much time it takes me to do the thing that I need to do. What's the most efficient way of doing that thing? And that's why they call me the gaming tycoon. Because I'm always thinking, what's most efficient for the biggest return? And that's what you do when you're trying to win economically and time-wise. Let me catch up on chat here. Just got here. You show how to zoop because I cannot do it in my game. Oh, I'm going to show you here in just a second, lady. I can do some zooping. Let me go ahead and let this finish. Oh, wait. Actually, I got to go to 150. So I'll just show you real quick. Zooping, you can totally do it. Whenever you want to do an alternate thing, like if you want to go ahead and do this, and I'm going to actually turn it off here. Back to the thing. What you can do is you hold down the menu. So you hold down R, in this case, and it brings up a menu. So you can go vertical or zooping, right? So you can do it right from the very beginning of the game. It automatically unlocks. You don't have to unlock anything. Or you can just hit R. And if you're watching right down here, it'll go boom. Now it went to zoop, and then it went to vertical. Vertical is where you can vertical zoop. And that's awesome, too. I can hit escape to cancel as well. If I hit R, if I'm in the mode, make sure that you're actually like in the middle of building it, and that you see build mode down here, and then you hit R. It goes back to default, R to zoop, or you can hold down R and just choose it like that, and then zoop, zoop, off you go, right? That's how you do zooping. That's how you do most things in the game. Say you want to scan for something. Well, you hold down V, and it's going to give you an option. Now, I could just hit V, and it would scan for iron. but maybe I want to scan for sulfur. There you go. There's a lot of pop-up menus like that, or radial menus they call them. It comes from the iPad, by the way, and a bunch of other old school stuff. Not the iPad, the iPod, the original iPod, which has the radio wheel. Radio wheel, one of the most genius inventions of all time, everybody. I feel it's a fantastic way to do anything you need to do. And then as you go along, of course, you're going to have more resources that you're going to be searching for, and thus you can search for those in there. And again, we can search for that. This is going to be 1,000 in that direction. That's gonna be a ways out there. Now 1,000 seems is a lot in the very beginning, but eventually 1,000 will seem like nothing, especially when you have trains and hypertubes and all of that stuff unlocked later on. So there you go. There's how to soup. Yeah, I didn't know it was a radio. Well, there you go. Here's what you should do, by the way, whenever you're doing something, is to look down at these bottom menus down here. These bottom menus have so many awesome options. Like a great example is when you're doing pipes, right? So say you're running a pipe and it's going down like this, and then it's going across to another pipe that's on this end. And you're like, well, I want the pipe not to go up here and then go across because that looks stupid. I want it to come out of here and then go down and then go like that. That's called a vertical pipe. And depending on which direction you connect it, if you connect it here first and then run it this way, it's going to go up and then like this. But if you run it from this one and go this way and then down and then to this, it's going to connect it in that way. Right? How you connect it is also very important. Not just what you're connecting, but how you connect it, in which direction you're connecting it. Right? It'll actually move the pipe depending. Now, of course, sometimes you don't want the pipe to be this close because it's blocking the other ports. So maybe sometimes you do want the pipe to be out here to open up the rest of these ports so you can then run those pipes or wires or conveyors or whatever it is you're running. So that's very important to understand about the direction of your connection as well. You can also change the way the pipes connect. Now, sometimes they'll connect like in a like dish, and sometimes they'll be perfectly straight where they go just straight like that in a vertical. And those are all from those commands that are down there at the bottom. I suggest when you're doing anything to do every single one of the commands at the bottom there whenever you start to do something, to understand what each and every one of those buttons do. Now, left mouse button, you're going to know what that one is. That's just click it and you make the thing. Middle mouse button is sample the building. Sample building is when you roll over this over here and you hit middle mouse button, and now it's got this, right? Now, why is it doing that? It's doing that because I'm in dismantling mode. Dismantling mode allows you also to do that. Boom, middle mouse button to grab the bench. Now I can make the bench. Now I can't do it with the space elevator because I've already got the one. But at any time, I can just go ahead and middle mouse button any of this, even when I'm in the middle of building mode. Well, I can just sample that. Now I can make one of those. Oh, wait, I want to make another storage. I can make a storage. I want to make another constructor. Middle mouse button, constructor. You want to get the middle mouse button down. It is such a huge time saver. Instead of doing this every time or putting it down in your keybinds down there. Now you want to have some of your basic stuff in keybinds because it's faster. But once you start making the stuff, you know what's way faster? It's just middle mouse button. That's way, way faster than anything else. Of course, if you don't have a middle mouse button, then that sucks. But you get the general idea. Then also you got snap to guidelines with control. Scroll up and scroll down is rotate. Of course, you quick switch, which is E. Now, what's going to do quick switch? Right? You hit E. What's it doing right now? Not doing nothing because it's not connected to anything. Quick switch will change it from this to this, right? So instead of the power pole to the power line, instead, I don't even use the power poles at all. I never use them. I put one power pole down, and then I always use the power line because it automatically creates a power pole. So there's no reason for me to have a power pole unless it's, I'm in the middle of nowhere. There's no other power poles there. There's nothing else there. I can then make a power pole. But what I'd really do was this. I would go out in the middle of nowhere. I'd get a machine. These I don't have anything. I put the machine down first. So I go ahead and say make a smelter like that. And then you go and you do your wire, and then it automatically makes the pole. But yeah, there's really no reason to make the pole at all, except for the very first pole that you make if you're starting your poles first. But you can put your machinery down first and then run the lines off the machinery. I feel like that's a much smarter way of doing it and much more effective. And again, depending on what you're doing is what it's doing. Quick switch. What am I quick switching here? Nothing. Right? I can hold down E. So if you look at those buttons down there, you can sometimes hold them down, like an E. There's nothing there for me to switch to on that particular one, right? What about this one over here? I picked that one up. Quick switch. What's there? I got personal storage box and regular storage box. And what it's doing is just allowing you to do cool stuff. Now, normally I don't do any of that. I'll just put it in my bar, or I'll go in here and I'll grab this. I don't usually use the quick switch feature, but you could. Again, same thing here. Quick switch. What are we doing? We can do a hub. We can do MAM. We can do space elevator. We can do awesome sink, or we can do awesome shop. Now, awesome shop's a good one. Put that right next to the awesome sink. And then when we get enough tickets over here, which we got one right now, we can print those tickets, use those tickets to unlock our cup. But I actually, the first thing I unlock is actually my vehicle in here somewhere. Where is it? Customizer? No. Organization? No. Fix the specials right here. I like to unlock my vehicle because at the very beginning it takes less resources to get tickets, right? But as the further into the game you go and the more tickets you produce, the more and more resources you have to keep pumping in there to get more and more tickets down the road. Now later on, you're going to have an infinite amount of resources. You're going to have so many resources, you're not even going to have to worry about it. Believe me, you have tons and tons. Man, my nose is itching. Somebody's talking about me. I can tell. I'm excited. I just unlocked the tubes. Oh, yeah, tubes are awesome. Hyper tubes are amazing. They are very, very useful. Okay, so there we go. We got that going over there. We got our power going. We need to get back to this. I got all sidetracked there. Let's get back to producing more of these. We need 50 more of these. Then we need 50 rotors. And I already have 42, so I only need 8 more. Awesome. And then I have plenty of wire. I can just walk over there and grab the wire. There's certain things you're going to have a crazy ton of, everybody, like wire, cable, rods. I find I end up with a crazy ton of those, and plates very quickly in the game. Very quickly do I end up with just an absolute ton of them. And what we're trying to do now is we're trying to get enough of this unlocked, trying to get our coal unlocked and get our coal going before we run out of biofuel. If we can do that, then we don't have to collect any more wood and stuff, unless we're trying to collect Marcellia, which is for fabric later on. And sometimes when you collect wood and bushes, you get Marcellia, or if you're like us, you found a Marcellia cave nearby, which I've never even seen that cave before. I've never even been in there. It was the first time. Again, I don't do everything in the game, especially when it's early access. I just take my time. That's why I only play once a week. And then when it goes full release, then forget about it. Look out. Kismet coming in. Kismet coming in hardcore. So when this game goes full release, forget about it. We're going to go hardcore on it for sure. But again, no need to rush. No need to worry. Oh, I'm making more than I need, but that's okay. I can always use the extra. And then let's see. We need 50 rotors. That's the next thing we're doing. Let's get those going. Again, I'm just looking in my inventory to see how many I have. And I'm just kind of speeding past this beginning part instead of building a big giant factory, because we're going to build them all separate here. So we're just going to forward this on. And now we are ready. Get that in there, and then we need to grab some wire. So let's run over here. Again, you start to go faster later on. You can get some skates, you can get a hovercraft, you can get vehicles and things like that to run from place to place. But I find I'm not in a hurry, everybody. I'll walk over there. I'm fine. It's not like the game is timed, right? Like, oh god, you got to get it done within an hour or whatever. Now it actually does track how long you've been playing. So it does track that, like how long the particular thing is running. Like I have the server running. So that means the game has been running 24/7 since I started it last week. And so that means it has a bunch of hours in there, but really it only ran for like a couple hours because it ran out of fuel. But after this day, it'll just keep running until it fills all of that up with resources. And so we're going to use time as an advantage. We're going to put it on our side.
Milestone reached. Coal is an improved alternative power source to biomass and can be fully automated if provided water with the new pipeline buildings and power throughout the initial setup. Coal has been added to the resource scanner. Note: ensure the close proximity of water to the coal production line. Note: pumps will aid in vertical transport of fluids through pipes. Note: throughput and volume indicators are added to each pipe section automatically.
I love Ada. Her and Trash Can Carla, right on the same high pedestal, everybody. All right, we're looking for coal. Now, I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to where I'm at, everybody. I can tell you it's going to be way the heck away from here. Now, it's still searching. There we go. Not too bad. About 600 in that direction. Not too bad. We got a little bit of coal over there. We got a little bit of that 800 that way. 1100 that way. That's quite the ways. So we got to get down there. Oh yeah, that's usually where I do it, right there. That's usually where I make my base over on that side. We can tap all these nodes eventually. But down there, off the side there, we can see it from here, right where my little circle thing is. There's some coal right there. Now, what we need is we need water. Now, one of the things that they didn't make very early on, or at least not much of it here in the forest, is water. You know why? Because they didn't have that added to the game then, everybody. They didn't have water as a thing. You didn't have pipes. You couldn't run water. You couldn't do all that stuff. So there's only a little bit of water right there. That's it. Just this tiny little bit of water. Now, we're doing something different in this playthrough where we are not doing stuff at the node. We're going to do a little bit of stuff. We're going to run that coal over there, and we're going to run it all the way over here to where this water is, and we're going to get a little bit of coal power going there. But we're not going to build stuff at the node. We're not going to do that this time, right? We're going to run it over there just so we have enough power to make the resources so that we can not run it over there. So we can run the water and the coal up here to the upper level, in which we will have a power factory right above there. And that power factory will then, of course, be what we're running. Now, eventually, we're going to have, rows and rows and rows of various different buildings that do different things. And one of those buildings will be our power one. Now, you should always have your power nearby, I feel, your hub, because if your power goes off, you go, oh, God, we got a power problem. And then, of course, you'd want to deal with your power. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that power over here, kind of on the other side of what this is going on. Just as a kind of a random spot, because it's right underneath the water. I can run the water straight up. I can run the coal out and then run the coal up. And then I have my coal and water, and that's all I'm going to need for my power. So I need to get down there and get that going on. Now, to do that, I'm going to need some of these new items I just unlocked. Water extractors. So let's get water extractors on our list. How many we're going to need? We're going to need 3 to start with to get a good amount of those going. So water, what it does is going to extract it at about 120 per minute. Now, 3 of those, of course, is going to be around, 360 if you add all that up. But the pipes themselves can only go at 300. So there's really no reason to extract them, to be extracting at a full 120. You actually want to reduce the actual extraction called underclocking. There's overclocking, making it go faster, and then underclocking, making it go slower, and it uses less power. Very important when you're trying to balance your power in the early game and even later game as well. So we're going to need that. We're also going to need some production items up here. Let's see. Or no, we're going to need our power items. Sorry, our power items up here are coal plants. Now, how many coal plants can we get going from what we are extracting water-wise? Well, if we have 300 water, we can basically double that because 50 per each. I'm just going to round it off because it's really actually 40, but we're going to round it up to 50 just to make the math easy. So we can do 2 for every 100, right? So 50 and 50 be 1, 2. So we're doing 300, so we do 2, 4, 6. So we can do 6 coal plants. So 6 coal plants equal about 3 water, at least in the beginning. Later on, when you can do the bigger pipes, the 600 pipes, actually you can balance it better when you get to those. I find that actually when you get to the later gear, that it's actually a better balance of what you're running versus, having to underclock or overclock or do whatever to kind of match the numbers. I find it's much better in the long run. So we got 3 water extractors, we got a coal generator. Now we're also going to need a lot of conveyor belt love over here as well. So we're going to go ahead and just put a bunch of those in there just to tell us how we're going to need a bunch of that as well. So now look at the drawback of me not making the reinforced iron plates and the rotors. Now I have to make a bunch more reinforced iron plates and a bunch more rotors and a bunch of copper sheets as well to make this thing. But I didn't have to spend all the time making all the machinery and running the lines and doing all of that stuff, which would take me way longer than if I just grabbed the base resources and walk straight over here to one of these things, or even my hub here, and just make that item. So I'm just going to have it make that item. And then when I run out, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk over there and grab more resources. and have it make me more. Again, I find that all the way up to coal power, it's just faster for you to make it. At least the kind of what I call second tier items, right? You've got your raw ore, you've got your iron ingots, and then you got your plates and your rods and all that stuff. I call that all tier 1 stuff. Tier 1 stuff, or tier 0 would be your raw ore. But tier 1 would be your plates and your rods and your cables and all of that stuff. That would be a tier 1. Now, tier 2 is when you're making reinforced iron plates. You're making rotors, you're making stators, you're making motors, which would be tier 3, actually, and so on. So these are the kind of the stages of the game that I typically will play through. And again, sometimes I make the full factory and I just put a whole bunch of biofuel down and bite the bullet and go and collect a bunch of wood and stone. I mean, wood and leaves. And sometimes I just have it do it. I just make it myself. And I find this is always the more efficient way, is to make it yourself. Make another 150. You saw how fast it was. We did the other ones. And this actually goes way faster because it makes like two of these every minute. So that would be like 2 times 250 and a half. 50 divided by 2. Brain, come on, work with me today. It'd be 150 divided by 2. So 75 minutes it would take for it to make the same amount I'm going to make in just a couple minutes here. So yeah, 75 minutes versus 2-3 minutes. I think I'm going to take the 2-3 minutes. Thank you. The 2-3 minutes ought to be way better. So we'll let that run. Now we're going to need more resources. What are we going to need? Looks like more screws is what we're going to run out of. And we're definitely going to need more plates and more rods and all of that stuff. And that's why we keep our factory running in the background as best we can. So while we're busy doing other things, it's collecting more and more resources and running more and more resources. Now I can make way more plates and one more stuff, but the more factory stuff I add, the more power I need. The more wood and stone, or not wood and stone, wood and leaves I need to pick up and then process and then put in there and keep that power going. And I got to keep stopping what I'm doing to go do that. Oh, I can hear my thing coming back, so we can unlock something else here in a minute. All right, there we go. We're out of screws. My little thing is landing up there. All right, let's check our concrete. Let's get some more of that. Now, every now and again, you want to glance at your stuff, right? Glance at your stuff that it's working. Like I see that one right now over here. It doesn't really have any limestone. Why does it not have any limestone? Well, I'm guessing it's a power problem, right? So it's not extracting any resources anymore. And so we need to kind of back chain our power because we changed it. Whoa, oh God, almost fell off. We back chained our power, but we didn't back chain it all the way down to our extractors. So luckily we had a bunch extra that was running. Oh, and I got to take this out. That's where my thing is. We had a bunch extra running, but we never ran the power all the way down our switchback here. So it's using up the excess, but it finally ran out of excess there on the limestone. And so now we have to go down and make sure we get our extractors going. So let's run this power down. And we'll move that back to the corner. I like to put it in the corner. Dream on, bro. Ah, it's got too many connections. Too many connections. All right, well, we tried. Let's go ahead and feed it across over here. We'll actually feed it up to this one, and then that one will back chain across here, and you'll see all of our extractors start up again. That's why you want to look at your machinery every now and again. If it's not lit up in green, then there's something wrong. If it's yellow, then it's probably not enough resources, or it's run out of space to process the resources. If it's red, you're out of power. If it's green, GG, you're looking good. So that just started up all 4 of them, by the way. Or actually all 3 of them, because the other one was already still connected, now that I think about it. This side over here is already connected, so that one should have been running. Oh, but no, I had diverted it. That's right, I diverted it off that way now, instead of up here. You can't get me, bro. You can't get me. This is why I build up high, to stay away from the mobs as well. All right, now while I'm running back up again, let's go ahead and battle. To battle! All right, I'm going to fast run all of you guys while my bomber decides who he's going to blow up. I'm going to run my way back up. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Good possession. Good possession. Get them all. Boom. Oh, yeah. Took a bunch of damage out there. Hopefully we got enough units. How many units this time? 75. That's pretty good, except for one small problem. They got like 100 plus. And they're mowing us down. Oh, no. Oh, no. I might have to call in the big guns. Fight to the last man. They've got 59 units. We got 31. We do got some epics in there, though. Miss Mina rocking that epic. I say fight to the last man. You never know. You never know. It might happen. Akia with an epic and Lady with an epic as well. Oh, this is going to be a good battle. But, wow, those guys are tough. Those guys are tough. Tough-a-rooney. Can't win them all, everybody, but you can sure try. Lady in there with some nice AoE. Needs some heals, though. Doesn't have a healer. Yeah, we definitely need some more healers in that one. Or healers got killed right at the very beginning. Okay. Okay, this calls for the big guns, everybody. I believe in you. I believe in you. I can believe that you guys are going to put down more units next time. A few units could have made the difference right there, everybody. They could have made the difference. Oh, they can't hit this flying unit. Oh, wait a minute. We got one more person there with a flying unit. Oh, now we know the trick to this one is flying units. Look at that. They can't hit the flying unit. So the flying unit's not going to kill them. So we literally have to wait for this to go all the way down. This is going to take forever, everybody. All right, so while that flying unit's going to wail on them for the next 2 minutes, we'll come back to that. All right, so that battle's still going on. I'm going to mute that. It's got 2 minutes left, so it's going to time out in 2 minutes. Now, had we had 26 flying units in there that survived, we would win, even if we didn't kill all the mobs. But definitely want to use some flying units in the next one, because that worked out well. He's just not going to have enough time to kill them all. Now, if we had an infinite amount of time, that flying unit would kill every single one of those, and then we would get the win. But we only have 2 minutes left. And right before the last 10 seconds, I'll switch back. But in the meantime, let's get my character over here, get him busy making some stuff. Making some rotors or something. All right. Always all out of rotors. I can make some screws, I guess, while I'm waiting. Let's do some of those, and we still got plenty of time. Oh, wait, why am I making screws? I just go pick them up. I can go get the screws over here, even faster. More faster. Boom. And then we'll get the rods. Whoa, lots of rods. And then lots of plates. And back over here. More plates. Yeah, we're trying to get 150 plates. We're trying to get 60 copper sheets, 90 rotors, get those going on. Doing a diligent effort there, Miss Mania. A very diligent effort. But, sadly, not enough time. Not enough time to make it happen. You are the MVP. All right, let's go take a look at the end here. To battle! All right, last 10 seconds. Oh, not enough space in my inventory. I was like, why did it stop crafting? Hold on a second, everybody. I gotta take some stuff out of my inventory. So it'll keep crafting while we're doing all this other stuff. There we go. All right, open the salvage chest. No problem, no problem. We got this, everybody. We got this. We're going to keep on playing. I'm going to use my keep on playing. We're doing a tough one here, this green one here. And now we're going to call in the big guns. That's right, that's me. I'm going to put me in the game. The Wasteland Tycoon. Now, you can actually buy these skins as well to help support the stream. You can buy the Wasteland Tycoon there. It does go directly into the stream. Now, right here, I've got deals an extra 10% damage. That's my DPS tank. And then this one over here, armor unit with 20% more defense, but 10% less damage, which means it takes a lot of hits from all these baddies. Now, let's get in here. Let's try that again, but this time we're going to go ahead and put the big guns in. My super tank, who's max level, he's a heavy tank. He can take all this range damage. He can take all this beating that we're going to take. I'm also going to boost our range damage to help us out because these mobs are pretty tough. I suggest to also put in some flying rogues because we learned that the flying rogues are the thing. So make sure to throw those in as well. But make sure to also put your tanks and DPS in so we can go ahead and try to bring in that W, get you guys some loyalty tokens and some loot. So go to it. All right, got those plates done. Now switching over to rotors. Let's get those done and keep it going. Again, so you win some, you lose some, everybody. We win a lot, and we lose a few. And usually we lose because people don't put down enough units. And what it does is, based on how many units you have, it steadily gets tougher and tougher and tougher, especially the green and the blue and the gold chests. Those are really hard ones, right? Those are called 4 skulls, which means they're like max level, or even 5 skulls. They're max level encounters. And those mobs are going to be tough too. They're going to be higher level mobs and all of that. So make sure to put down as many units as you possibly can. The more units you put down, the more kiz caps I'm going to give you. And of course, the more wins we're going to bring in for everybody to get loot. All right, there we go. More screws. Uh-oh, I think I might have got all the screws. I think I might have to make my own. Yep. I think I might have to make a bunch. So at this point, I have to make some screws. And I need to look at how many more I need to make. I'm at 34, so I need roughly 60 minus 4, which is around 56 of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make enough screws over here until the rotor number down here says 56. This is rotors right here. Till that says 56. And that's going to take a minute. Because screws take a little bit longer, I find, to make. Now, also, what else do we need for the rotors? We have plenty of rods. Plenty of rods. It's all about the screws. And I find in this game, you make a massive, massive amount of screws. Absolutely incredible amount. Now, it's also been a couple hours, and since we have to make so many screws, I think now would be a great time to take a quick break, walk around for a little bit. This is going to take like a minute or two for this to do it. I'll let you guys enjoy some of my AFK highlights, and then I shall be back in just a few moments. See how easily jump scared I am, everybody? Had to take a quick break there while we were letting everything run. Now, while you guys were watching that, if you look over there on the side, I went and made all of the rotors that we need and all of that. Now, I need some cable as well. But what you can do is you can see right here, I also retooled my factory. I went in and I changed it from wire and cable to copper sheet. So all 4 of these now are producing copper sheet. So I don't have to because I already have the machinery to do it. So those are running those in there instead of that. I removed a constructor there, which was right here. So I can just do copper sheets and let them run into here. Now, one of the things I don't like to do is I don't like to do mixed lines. But in this case, since we need a bunch of copper sheets, we're going to go ahead and just run them in there. And then let's go ahead and grab them. Because we have plenty of wire here. So we can go ahead and get, let's say, 3 stacks of that. Let's get these other copper sheets. We want to go ahead and get some of this wire as well because I put some of that away in here. And to get this to work, by the way, because this was full, what I did is I grabbed a row of this out of here and I made another box and I put it in that row. Otherwise, if it's full, it won't allow you to run it out. Like I say, it's running out of wire here, and this is full of wire, and it's running one out of here like it is like this, and then the rest of this is full with wire. Well, guess what? If you don't have an empty slot, then it won't have a spot to put the copper sheets, so your actual copper sheets will stop. So watch out for that. You don't want that to happen. So you do want to have some empty slots in there so you can just let this stuff run. And you can see there's some extra wire in there that we'll take out. And then this is now pushing this into a second box that I created. And then allowing it to fill up this with the actual copper sheets. And we'll let that run because we're going to need more copper sheets. In fact, a lot of copper sheets coming up. Now, we got all of the resources that we need for our basic power. Now, what else do we need? Well, we need actually some power lines, so we're going to click that a bit, but we got plenty of wire. We got 600 cable. We'll be fine there. Power poles, we're going to need that if we got all of our power pole stuff. Ah, looks pretty close. What else are we going to need? Well, we're going to need now our new stuff. Let's click our fluid buffer. Our pipes down here. So we're going to need enough to make a pump for sure, since we're going to be pumping it up eventually. But we're not doing pumps right now because we're just going to put it down there at the ground level because it's much smarter because you don't have to run pumps and do all of that. We're going to need some of these pipeline crosses, and we're going to need a bunch of pipeline. So we're going to need an additional amount of copper sheets. And what I do is I just do a few of them because I don't know exactly how many pipes. I mean, I could figure it out and figure out the math and all that. It's a waste of time. Just click it enough so you can see which resources you need and how much resources you have of that particular thing, and just bring a whole bunch extra, right? Bring a whole bunch of extra copper sheets in this case. Make sure you keep grabbing them and keep a good amount, right? Say double or even triple the amount that it's saying. Now, way down over here somewhere on the far side is this water, and we're going to go ahead and walk down over here, and now we've got roughly enough materials. We might need more in the long run. Right now we roughly got enough materials to get it going. Now, to unlock more stuff, I could go in there and use these resources to unlock more stuff in the hub, but I don't really want to do that. What I really want to do is get my power going. Once I have my power squared away, then I can add all of the other stuff that's going to make these reinforced iron plates run. It's going to make all the rotors run and the copper wire and all of that stuff. All that stuff will then start to run. Now, I actually need to go over that way, over there to the water. And it just so happens that I'm nearby the water when I go down this way. So I can swing over there after I get down here. Now, I'm also doing tickets up there too. So when I get to 10 tickets, then I can use my vehicle. That little vehicle only works on foundations. Well, I mean, you could drive it out there in the open, but it just fishtails all over the place. It's totally not made for driving out here. Now, there is other vehicles you can make for out here as well. I'm not going to make that either since it's so close by. Smarter for me just to run there and save my resources for the stuff I need. Now, if I do run by some bushes or trees or random stuff, I will go ahead and grab that. One, to clear it out of the way, but also just in case I do need a little bit more biofuel later on. I could use my chainsaw, but not really worth my time. You also want to kind of clear stuff out so stuff doesn't jump out of the bushes at you. A good idea to listen when you get close to. Listen for any mobs. Oh yeah, I hear a mob somewhere. Oh, behind me. Adios, amigo. Again, I like to just kind of clear the area so little mobs like that don't sneak up on me like that. And they will. You'll be over here building, and out of some bush or shrubbery, a bunch of stuff will jump out and get you. Plus, I need a lot of this stuff for my MAM and whatnot so I can get new upgrades and unlocks and so on. So we'll grab all this good stuff over here. A lot of good, these pale berries over here. I just kind of run around it. Look, now it's nice and clear. Now we could clear all this stuff too, but really unnecessary for right now. Now, normally I build over on that side, but I think I'm going to build on this little flat area because it's right here. We'll build up here, and we'll go ahead and try to run the water up here. Actually, we're going to have to elevate. Oh, there's another one. Come on. Oh, psych me out there. Good job, bro. Usually just jump right over them. Where are you? Cut you off at the pass. Those mobs aren't too hard once you get that jump technique down. I'll be fine. All right, so now what we want to do is we do going to need a pump because we're going to need to pump it up here to this top area. Now, what I can do is I can actually use the world grid to snap it to the world grid now, which is pretty cool. We can go ahead and... I thought I got foundation out. There we go. We hold down control. Bam! Snaps right to the world grid. And in theory, it should align to the rest of my base because I snapped that to the world grid as well. Also, luckily, we brought some concrete. Oh, I'm zooping right now. I'm zooping in the wrong direction. Zoopies. Like this. Okay. We'll go ahead and just get this started. Bam. Thank goodness for a good amount of concrete. All right. I feel like already I can tell you I got to go back for more concrete. And I can see my concrete's getting low. But we'll start with that. All right. And then what we want to do is we want to make ourselves one of our coal plants so we can get a general idea of where we're running all of the resources to. So we'll go ahead and put our coal plant down as best we can here. And let's say something like that to get started. And I'm just let this hang over the side because what I'm going to need is I'm going to need water there, and I'm going to need, or actually, you know what? Let's just do it right. Get that zooped in there. Let's just do it where we can have a flat area to run it. So we're going to get our coal from way over there, and we got to run it way over here, which means we're going to need a ton of plates to run it over here. It's going to be running really slow because we've only got our 60s right now. But again, our goal is to get power, right? Now this is going to do 75 megawatts of power. This is double the current fuel that our current power we're doing. Our current power we're doing right now is 40, so it's roughly double. It's around 30, 40 power, and that's going to be, or 35 power, something like that. So this is going to be roughly double that amount of power with one of these, and we're going to do 6 of them. And over there we have 4 of those. We're going to do 6 of these. It's going to be double the power that we already have plus more, right? But first we're going to start with 1. We're going to start with 1 so that we can actually get perpetual power going. So let's go ahead and start with 1. We're going to go ahead and start also with 1 extractor because that's all we need to start. We're going to try to get it in here. Now, again, I try to work this toward the shore as much as I can. I try to work it in the corner as much as I can to get as much extraction out of there as possible. And in this particular one, since we are starting with just the 1, we are going to go ahead and grab it and literally just run it right in there. All right, now, because it's at an angle, you have what's known as an uplift. What you want to do is go in and actually add a pump to this so it can go. Now you can see it's doing this kind of blue thing. That's the direction in which the water is going. You want to flip it around that way so it's going there. Now remember, it's pushing the water, not pulling the water. So you want it to be way back here at the bottom so it can push the water up the edge. Now we're also going to need some power lines. We're going to need to run power from way up there, or we can create our own biofuel down here, which is most likely what I will do. So we want to go ahead and let's say run that right to there, and then we'll connect that to that. Then we also need to connect it here to our pump. There we go. And probably create another power line. And again, I feel like I'm going to run out of concrete for sure. And then go ahead and run this just over here so we can run that line out that way. So now we have both of these going. Now, what do we need to get this started up? Well, you don't really need any power to get this started up. What you need power for is this, right? Your water extractor. So what do we need? We need 20 megawatts of power. And if we go ahead and we put down our biomass burner here, and we can kind of sneak that in here. Even though, see, it's yellow, that means it's really close to this object, but it's not touching it, so it's good. So again, this is going to produce 30 megawatts, and so it would actually be more than double because that's 75. So we need to insert some fuel in here. Now, we didn't bring any biofuel with us, but we can actually just do this right in there. And then that should start up some power. But first, we need to connect it into there. There we go. And I could just use the leaves to start up some power. And what it's going to do is start up the water, start up the pump, and it's going to get this going. Now, I highly recommend, if you are going to do this, that you do add another spot, let's say over here, that you add a way of storing the extra water while we're working on it. Now, we need some crafting bench here. We'll put that down. We need some modular frames. We need to get those going. I've already forgotten how many modular frames we need. Let's say 5. I could have added it to my thing, but I forgot. Let's see. Organization, fluid buffer. It was 5. All right. Hey, there we go. And so we want to go ahead and run the water into here so it has a backup of water. So if it produces extra water while we're busy getting the coal, it'll have extra water. And then we'll run this out of here into there. All right. Now, again, we're just starting with 1. And so what it's going to do is it's going to fill this up with water. And then any excess water, it's going to fill this up with water. So while we're off working on the coal, it's going to backlog some of the water, so we'll have extra water to start up the rest of our stuff as well. Now we're just going to let those leaves run for now. And I picked those up on the way also for that very reason right there. Now we're going to go ahead and go get our coal power. Or coal, I mean. From way over here. Oh, that's a long way down. Whee! Alright, and we're going to slide. Did you know you could slide in this game? It's really fun. That's the C key. You walk forward, and then you slide. Very, very fun. Slide, slippy, slide. Gonna dodge, gonna slippy, slide. Get them berries. Get them berries! Okay, and then we're going to scan for life forms. Scanning for little life forms, everybody. I just happen to know that over this way is some coal. While we're at it, might as well grab a little bit more of this on the way. I mean, we're running through there. Watch out for sneaky mobs. They're going to be hiding in there along the way. And there's a lot of those little worm guys. We'll come back to those. A lot of other resources and whatnot. Let's go, Toto! Toto! Where'd the other one go? Couldn't even see him. The other guy was in the way. Oh, pow! You're like, Kismet, you should have healed yourself. Ah, it's fine. I was okay. Now, you always have about 3 health anyway, which is fine for those guys if you learn to jump over them. If I wasn't obstructed by that other one, I could have seen that one coming at me. But this is your biggest problem right here, is getting from here to there. You got to get across here, right? So what I would do is I would make a foundation. Make a foundation on that side. Right? Over there. Why? Because you can just zoop it at the proper level to get to you, right? If I had some concrete, which I don't. It's always something, everybody. It's always something. So I just happen to know that right up here. Now, again, if you get out in the field and you don't have enough of that stuff that you need in that moment, I just happen to know that normally when I start my base, it usually puts me right here. Then I go around and I get these resources here. And nearby, over this way, is some... I hear him somewhere. I always feel like he's behind me. There he is. Another one here. That one's not coming at me yet. Don't take on the man unless you think you got what it takes to take me out. Now I'm just going to walk over here. I'm just going to make some. Again, when you're out and about, you can always just make some instead of running all the way back to your factory. Great Kismet tip for you. Again, but you have hyper tubes or you got a vehicle, then it's not so bad. But if you're out and about, you can literally just sit here and wail on this node. Even if you're not using an extractor and all of that. You can also just make a work... station thing, then put down an extractor and do all of that as well. But that's enough for that. And then we'll go ahead and make sure that we have a good amount here. How many do we need? Let's go ahead and zoom out about that much. Let's say 35. Let's say 50. Just so we know we have enough. Now, meanwhile, while I'm down here, by the way, it's up there making me more concrete. But it being up there doesn't help me down here, right? It doesn't help me where I'm at now. And so I'll make a little bit more here. We'll see how much we get out of that. Probably a little bit more than halfway. We'll say we'll get to about 50. We'll go collect some more. By the way, did you know this goes, we will rock you. Now you can't unhear it. You can't unhear it once you've heard it, everybody. Make some more. Yeah, all right. Another big cluster of it over here, too. Now, getting the pure node gives you a lot more. These are like the caps. They usually go over the top of the nodes. Bam, there we go. Bunch in that one. And then make a bit more. All right, take that out. Get those resources back. All right, back to work. Back to work, slackers. Every time you see those little barrels, you want to grab them. I can get my health up higher using those, but I don't really feel like I need it right now. I'm not taking on anything that's I feel is so tough that I can't kill even with just 3 health. And you'll hear that glowy noise every now and again. Grab some resources while I'm at it. Okay, now if I look that way, my space hub is that way, and the water's kind of out that direction. I need to get over there. We need some more stuff. And why don't I have this in my bar? What did I think about that? While I'm doing that, let's go ahead and do this. I just press 5 on my button, and now it's down there in my bar, so I don't ever have to like pull up that menu anymore. I can just do this, run that across. Boom, perfect. 52 is exactly what I needed. And I made a little extra just in case. Okay, now I can just walk over here. Now again, whenever you approach any node, assume there's a mob near. There's 2 mobs nearby. All right, now this is the part where you run away. And then I dodge too. I dodge. There's too many mobs over there, right? There's too many mobs, and if they hit me like 2 or 3 times, I'm a dead man. So I'm gonna back away, and then what they'll do is they'll reset, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my little barrels here, and I'm going to get my health up. Now, of course, the better your weapons, the better you can take on these guys. And sometimes there's 1 guy, sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's the really, really big guys as well. So now the smart thing to do is take them on 1 at a time, if you can. Right? You try to sneak up on them. Or they sneak up on you, one or the other. You try to activate just 1 of them. But usually it doesn't work. I can also use this rock to my advantage. Ah! Can't get a hit in. Try to get 1 of them down, and then work the other one. There we go. What the heck? Shot me after he was dead. I call hacks. All right, so the better the node, usually the tougher the thing is that you have to fight in the game. And so coal is usually something that's pretty nice, so you got to fight those bigger guys. Now, I need those guys also for my MAM research as well. So that's good. Now, we're going to come back here in a second. We're going to put an extractor on there. We're going to get the extractor going. But first, we're going to go and do a battle. To battle! Now, this time, I'm going to give you guys all some range boost damage so we can try to wipe these guys out big time. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and work a little bit here by putting an extractor on here and getting all of that going. So I'm going to make an equipment workshop and make myself a little portable miner as well and get all that stuff going on. Let's do it. Portable miner. And put a nice miner on here. Bam, get that going. All right, how much power does this need? 5 megawatts. Stack some leaves in that power. We're going to get that started up. And we're off and running. I'll show you guys here in just a second. I'm going to get it started up so it starts extracting some coal. While you guys are finishing off the rest of these guys. Oh, you guys are doing good. Look at that. How many units do we have that round? 80 units. Now that's how you do right there. That's how you work together. There's no match for us on that one. Open that chest. Give you guys some love. Akia Reliant getting some love. And Akia again. MVP with all 6 units. Look at that. Just absolutely crushing it. 20 assists. That's our MVP in that round. All right, and tier 30 done. Look at that, man. We just got tier 29 done. Now we already did 30. Very nice. Again, we're working our way to this one, and then boom, on to the boss. So let's do another tough one here. Let's see. What do we got? Do we got the bomber up? We got the bomber up again. Yeah, I'm just going to bomb this building right here and see how we do. Okay, while you guys were watching that, I made this. I made this thing here. I made myself a little portable miner. I used that portable miner to make an extractor. I made a little power thing. I threw some leaves into the power and then put that up there, and now it is extracting a bunch of coal. Now, the most awesome thing about this particular coal node is it's a pure node, the best node in the game. So it's extracting at 120. Now, I don't have 120 line to run 120 line. I don't have enough resource to do that, but I do have enough resource to run it at 60. So I'm going to go ahead, and now that I have a bit of that going, I'm going to go ahead and just run this over here. Now, I'm not going to worry about how pretty my line is or put it up on stackers and all of that stuff. We are going to go ahead and just do as far as we can go. Now, you can usually only go about 6 of these plates distance with these belts. And you're going to see I've got a problem. Concrete, again. Another concrete problem, right? So, we're going to go up here, and we're going to do... we should have done it here on the first try. I thought of it ahead of time. I just thought of it. And again, might as well grab this stuff while you're running by. Again, use it for some biofuel. As you're running through... I mean, I'm going this way anyway. And I talked about it, but I should have done it. I knew I was going to have to do it. And that's to throw a little mini extractor on there like this. So what we do is we, no matter where we are, we can throw down an equipment workshop. And then we can go there. If we have enough resources, we can make a portable miner. Again, instead of running all the way back to my base and whatnot, we can just do that. Then we want to take that, put that on our character, and then just throw it down on the node. Now, it's super cute, and this is what you do at the very beginning of the game. And sometimes I just leave them on there, because you never know. You might need it later on. There he goes. All right, so now he's going to be extracting this stuff while I'm not even around. Now, I could try to race him and see who gets more. How much do I have on me right now? Hold on, I got to look and see how much I have on me. I have 11. All right. Well, let's try to get to 50 and see who gets to 50 first. I mean, he's got a little extra advantage, but I got an extra advantage. I have 11 on me, so. Or let's say 25. Because, bam, he's already at 12. Right, so he go pretty fast, and he'll collect that while you're busy working on running the rest of your lines. Oh, and I need my and my crafting bench. Just make sure you bring enough resources to make this extra stuff too while you're running around, in case you get there and then you suddenly realize, oh boy, I don't have enough of such and such thing. You can then make a little bit more of such and such thing. Now, I don't really need that much concrete, just enough to make the supports for the concrete along the way. Again, I could run way up there, or I could run just down the way there is some of my concrete. And I'll get all these nodes and run them over there as well eventually. This is normally where I built my mega base, here in the forest area. This time they didn't start me very close to this side. Normally they start you pretty close, you just run up the hill and you're there. This time they started me way over there on that side. Let's run back here while it's collecting my concrete. And start running more of our coal. Now again, I don't normally like to run stuff like this where you're just running it willy-nilly across the area. And I don't like stuff to clip through my stuff as well. But you do what you got to do in life sometimes, both in game and in real life. And again, I don't like it to clip through the ground either. Now, more of these poles I make, though, the more of this concrete it's going to use. Grab that. And now, again, we want to go as far as we possibly can. And I'm kind of feeling this way. Yeah, a little bit more this way. And then just as far as I can run that. And all I need is plates and concrete at this point. All right, now where are we running to? We're running up there. Uh-oh. It's on like Donkey Kong. That's why you want to have your health high when you take on those guys. I hear somebody else. Come on. Again, I see I got too close to that node. There's another node down here. Well, sometimes they stop. See, they trip me up like that. Nice jump there. My jump came in way too late. Ah, sucker. All right, you're distracting me from my work here. Don't like it. I got lots of work to do. All right, so I'm running toward the water extractor. I can see the water extractor there, so that's where I'm going. And I'm definitely going to need more concrete. I can tell you that. Especially over the long run, but especially when I'm running this line. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just build it back there by your thing? I could, but then I'd have to run the water over there. What's easier to run, conveyors or water? I can tell you, it's the conveyor. Way easier. Way easier, less resources, requires no power, no pumps, no none of that. You just basically just run it. You'll see it come down the line. It'll show up behind me here. It's down there a ways, but eventually it'll make it over here. Now, if you don't see it come down the line... Oh, something after me. Another one of these. Oh, God, I'm low health, too. All right, when you're low health, it's best not to take a mod. Run away. Oh, there's some stuff I need right there, too. Just run away and dodge. Snap back already, bro. Now he's going to be... Wow, this dude followed me a real long ways. There's my coal going there. What the heck, bro? Break off. I'm just straight up running now. There we go. All right, it's because I got to get some of these barrels into my hands. Well, let's take the expressway. They're running on the thing. Took too much damage from those surprise guys that showed up out of nowhere. So if you run on the conveyor, it makes you run faster, which is cool. That's the old school way of getting around. Those guys are hard to kill with the little one. You get a bigger one later that helps you a lot more. All right, there's a lot of distractions in the wasteland or in the on this planet, so try to stay from getting too distracted. Keep running them lines. Now they don't destroy your lines or anything like that, which is awesome. I don't want them destroying any of my lines. Running out of concrete. Running out of concrete. Always running out of something. We're getting close. I think we're just going to run out before we get too close. And then right here. Look at that little parrot. You're very cute, little parrot. And, oh, we're out of rods more than we're out of concrete. All right. Well, hey, let's make some more of that as well. I need rods to make that. Now, here's my problem. Whenever you build up really high, you have the problem of having to run up there every single time. And that's where hypertubes really helps you a lot. But if you do this early game, you're going to be doing a lot like I'm doing, where you run up and down and up and down and all of that. Now, you might notice, like I was saying, I leave a few of these down here so I can just go and grab a bunch of concrete that I might need later, and then these guys will start right back up again. A great use at the very beginning of the game, you make like 2, 3, 4, 5 of those and throw them on the node, and then you'll end up with tons of raw resources. Now over here, I'm going to look at the resources. They look like they're a bit backlogged, so that means I can run over here also and just grab some raw iron ore. Oh, wait a minute, or is it out of power? Run out of power? I don't see the light lit up. What up? Where's my light? Where's my light at? Oh, right there. it's out of power. So my whole system ran out of power. So yeah. So that means it's up there, but it's out of power. So we're going to end up running up there anyway. So let's go do it. Get it going on. Now what I can also do is make a ramp from where I'm working and just make it ramp right up to my base, which is another thing to do, but I already built this ramp, so why waste the concrete? And I can shift this ramp and just take this whole ramp out and then rebuild it the other way. I get all the resources back. But also, it's already made me a bunch of concrete up here as well, so I can just run up here and get the concrete. And you'll see me add hypertube systems and transport systems and all of that stuff as we go along. And have a good time. Just got back from hooking up a new washing machine. Hey, there you go. Not like a good washer and dryer, everybody, instead of one that's always breaking down all the time. We've had a few washers and dryers in my day, and I can tell you, it sucks when they're on the fritz, because, you know, washing and drying is like the hallmark of a family. It's always going on all the time, because, you know, your kids are using 57 towels every time they go into the shower. You know, you got, they're in there for like 4 hours as well, and so on. You're just constantly in the process of doing laundry. My wife does the laundry. No, I don't do the laundry, everybody. I'm terrible at the laundry. You got to know what you're good at. She understands about laundry and making sure stuff doesn't get red. You know, you don't get all your whites don't get red and all of your stuff doesn't shrink and all of that. I am bad at it, so you know what? I do what I'm good at, and I let her do what she knows and what she's smart at. My wife is way smarter than me, everybody. Way beyond. I'm work hard smart. She's like smart. So are my kids. My kids are like smart. I have to work at it. I have to put a lot of time and effort and energy into everything that I do for it to work out for me. And even then, it goes off the rails. All right, so there we go. We got our power back up and running. Again, we want to try to get our coal power going before that runs out. All right, and there's some more concrete that I don't have to make. And I have a bunch of concrete on me, so that'd be kind of smart if I went over here and then I just kind of fed. Oh no, I put it away in the box. I should come over here and feed it in there, and then it has plenty of extra concrete to run in there, because that's only going at 30, so it's really going a bit slower than it needs to. I could have actually fed it. I should have put a box down there, and I could have fed it down the bottom. It could feed its way up. I could have done that as well. Then I didn't have to carry it all the way up here. I just thought of that. And there we go. So that'll keep that going pretty well. Making some more concrete while we're busy doing other things. Since we're already up here, we might as well run over here and get some iron rods as well. That has been up here working on. There we go. Oh, a bunch of plates as well. How many plates we got? Oh man, we're getting low on plates. I think we're getting low on plates too. Let's get, you know what? Let's just get them all. And then sort. And then let's say 3 stacks back. And I didn't recreate my biofuel because I feel like I'm not going to use it. But we'll go ahead and leave all this stuff. Actually, we should leave it in this one. We'll go ahead and leave all this stuff up here. And this stuff needs to go into the awesome sink now. So there's a little bit of biofuel left there. This. What else? This stuff. And take this out. Okay, now see how we're running a bunch of stuff into the awesome sink here? What we can also do is basically just add a... Oh, I've got to get my rods. Out of here. Take the plates out, get some rods. What we can do is we can make another storage and try to combine this storage into here. We can merge this together by just adding a merger and aiming over the actual conveyor, and then we can run that into there. And then we can just go ahead and get rid of all the excess stuff that we no longer need, right? So we can run that in there. If we need any more of that, we can always get it. And it's now going to combine with what it's already got. Now that's a 120 line coming out of there, but this is definitely probably not 120 now, because it's probably emptied out a bunch of it here. And then we have a bunch more coming out of here and going in there and intermixing, and that'll run for a while. And then also in here, we're trying to get 10 tickets. We got quite a ways to go. We're at 4. But we probably want to upgrade this anyway. Just try to make it go as fast as it possibly can go. You always want to have the lines that are going into your awesome sink be as fast as you could possibly run them. because you want it to run into the awesome sink as fast as it possibly can. So now we can clear that out. And then we go ahead and we got lots more room for our plates here and for all of our rods. Leave a couple spaces, say 2 or 3 spaces empty there. And now we're ready to get back to work. Let's get back to it. Should have made me a parachute. All right, where did I come in? Where did I come in this place? That way. We got to get back to our other stuff as well, but always prioritizing your power over everything else is always your smartest move. And again, our goal today is just to get our coal power on and going. Now, 6 coal plants is going to be 6 times 75. Now, right now, we're doing 30, 30, 30, and 30. So 30 and 30 is 60, times 2 is 120. So we're producing 120 power. And with 2 coal plants, we'll be producing more than that. Now, the problem is I'm only running 60 coal over here. And each coal plant takes 15 coal, right? So if we do the easy math, 15 plus 15 would be 30, times 2 would be 60. So we can do 4 coal plants right now with the coal that we're running at the speed that we're running it. So we can only do 4, but 4 would be more than enough because it'd be 75 times 4, which is 150. If you put 2 of those together and you times that times 2, it's going to be 300 power. 300 power versus 120 power. That's like almost 3 times the power. That's a lot. That's a lot of a boost. But also the most important thing that it does is that it's perpetual power. It never stops running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this power going, and then we're going to let it run. And it's going to fill up, and we're going to make a bunch of boxes up there, and it's going to fill up box after box after box with all of the resources that we're going to need for next time to run pipes and run hypertubes and all of that other stuff and unlock more upgrades and things of that nature. Now, it's not going to make me any rotors or anything like that. We could try to get that all set up too, but that's going to take a lot more time to get that going. We don't have that much time tonight, but we will come back to it later on. But now we got a lot of resources that we can go ahead and tap into here and run this straight over here like that. If I happen to have my chainsaw, let's see if I have enough power to get rid of this. Oh, so it's just not in my way. I can see where the heck I'm running my line. All right. And then right up here it goes. And we'll run here. And we'll run there. Now, because we have a power line connected to this, the second this coal makes its way down to there and runs into here, we now will have perpetual power, at least for the water. Because there's one more thing that we need to do. We need to get rid of this darn thing. We need to go ahead and run the power back in the opposite direction. So it's also powering the coal, right? So it's got to power the coal and the water. Otherwise, it's not necessarily perpetual power. It's only powering 1/2 of it. And then when it runs out of biofuel over here at the coal plant, it's going to, of course, stop. And we don't want it to do that. We want it to run and run and run. Now, I'm just going to go as far as I possibly can until it says my line is too far. And then, this is all just temporary stuff. I would suggest when you're doing this starter stuff, sometimes just do it temporary. But don't do it in a large scale temporary, though. You'll see that I do everything is kind of in a smaller scale. So I'm not building a gigantic coal extraction power plant and all of that stuff. Because you're going to take all this out and upgrade it and rearrange it and do a whole bunch of stuff with it later on. And it's just much easier if you've done less to take the less amount out than to take a whole bunch of it out. I'm going to cross over to the other side here, because we're going to switch down to the side here in a second. Now, these power poles aren't itching. These power poles go really, really far. And I'd probably just power pole it to there, even though that isn't its max distance, just so we can run it down across here. Like this. And then you can build power on its own way down here at the end that just runs this. But you definitely want to tie all of this together now, so you're getting all that power. So it's also using our power from over here now, also over there. And you can see that this grid right now it had about 60, and now the consumption has gone up to 105, right? And why did it go to 105? Because it's starting up the production of power. And so my max capacity is 75. And so basically what it's saying to me is, hey, there's something going on where, wait a minute, if this is 30 and that's 30, and then my newth one is 75, it'd be 60 plus 75. Hey, Siri, what's 60 plus 75?
60 plus 75 is 135.
So 135. So what is that telling me? It's telling me that my bio thing on the other end stopped. It actually stopped over there. So now I'm no longer using that biofuel over there. So luckily, just in time, I was able to get the power going on the coal. So the coal keeps going before this biofuel runs out as well. Now at this point, I would turn this off. This way you'll have some extra fuel in there, and you can come back with some nicer fuel if you want. But I just leave a little leaves in there just in case I need it. You can see my fuel has dropped down, or my capacity has dropped down to 75. And that's all I need. All I need is enough to keep this going. And the actual overhead of the power is really low. So this is 5 megawatts here. And then if we go look at how much megawatts our water takes, it's really next to nothing to how much power it's producing. So you have what's known as your overhead, or basically your cost if you're in business. Your cost of doing business, or your cost of creating power. All right, no. No clipping. Oh, what do I got? Get rid of these plates. I'll take a little extra coal. I gotta put that in my thing later on. So now you're gonna see there's gonna be a gap right there. You don't want gaps in your coal. You want it to be running as much as you possibly can. But you can see that it's slowing down here, which means that it's not using up all the coal. And what I also want to do on this side is create a bit of a coal storage so it can keep producing while I'm building. That's what you always want it to be doing. Keep producing extra coal, producing extra water, some sort of storage to keep that going while you're building. And so now this power plant here is powering both the water and the coal plant. And now it is perpetual power. I no longer need my biofuel to keep it going. Now, I don't have it connected to my main base yet because I don't have enough power production, and I still have an overhead as well. So again, over there, that was 5 back there. This is 20, so 25 megawatts of my 75 megawatts right now are being used to keep the power going. And you're like, oh, God, it's like a third of your power. Yeah, it is in the beginning. Don't worry, we're going to reduce it because that water is producing way more water than what we need, right? So the more of them we add, the more efficient our power and our water extraction is going to be. So right now, again, we have a 25 overhead on a single one. And you can see that it's already filled. Now, again, what we want to do is we want to create some sort of storage. I'm going to create it back here. And go ahead and cut that out. I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of backlog storage. Like a dish. Just so that while I'm working, I'll have enough coal backlogged to start up my other coal plants as well. And then I probably have a bunch of coal on me, so I can go ahead and just put that coal in there. There we go. And let that start to backlog. Also, if you need coal, it'll be right there. Okay, now obviously, I don't want to just run it into one. I want to do multiple of them. Now, we're going to probably have some problems trying to get over this. See that? Because I don't have my other... Later on, you get some skates and you can jump over all of that fun stuff. You can also use this little trick where you climb up and jump over that way. Or you can build a stacker, walk over the stacker. Later on, you get ladders and all sorts of fun stuff as well. You can see that's red over there, so it's no longer producing power. But I still leave it there in case I need it later on. Normally, I turn it off and add some more. All right, so let's add 3 more here. Like so. 1. And the 2. And then I fell down. Yeah, trying to hold down control. Sometimes it acts a little funky. But there we go. So now also what happened while we were busy doing other stuff, it filled up this entire thing. It's got extra 400 water in there. And I'm going to take out our water thing there. And I'm going to take out the coal. Now the great thing is it's going to backlog the coal over there. But one of the things we have to watch out for is that the power doesn't go off by the time we get this going. And it probably will, but that's okay. Now, the first thing I would do is I would prioritize how you're going to do your pipes. Right? Your pipes are probably going to be your most important thing that you do. Now, I'm actually going to bring the piping down and start from this side. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create basically a pipe first. So I'm going to go in and make a pipe here. Right here at the end. And I need a pipe pole. My pipeline supports. There we go. And I want to give it enough room that I can go ahead and very easily manage it. I also want to give it enough room that I can also do some vertical stackers. Vertical stackers, or lifters they're called, like this, can go up above the pipe like that, and I can run the stuff above the pipe. Now we got some more concrete, so we can run the rest of this in here, looking sharp. And one of the things I'll do is I'll work on this first, because I have to basically bring this out like this. And then I can go ahead, and do two of these. And I can bring that out like this, and then I could run that all the way back. The only problem is that would just be one of them. We don't want just one of them. We want to run multiple of them at the same time. So what we're going to do is we're going to use some splitters, and we're going to line those splitters right up next to where our lifter is, right? We're going to try to make sure it's nice and lined up. We'll drop that in there. Oh, okay, a little too much of a gap. All right, come on, let's go ahead and move it over just a little bit more. Now I have it on my hotkey, by the way, and I'm watching for that line so that it is lined up. And this is one of the most awkward things because it's kind of hard to see everything at the same time. It's hard to see what your distances are. But what I really look at is I look at the edge of the boxes and whatnot. You can look at the kind of square of the boxes and how they line up. And there we go. Now, we need to make sure that this is going, the top one's going in the right direction. In this case, this stuff's going to be, the coal's going to be coming from this direction. The water is going to be coming from this direction. Now, the water doesn't matter. Water is both a merger and a splitter at the same time, so you don't have to have mergers and splitters. On this, you do need to be very, very diligent about how you're doing it. Now, once I do one, everybody, I don't have to do all the other ones with lifters in there. I can just use my green lines to line that up. And it should line itself in the same direction, but I always check it anyway because sometimes it gets screwed up. And again, we want to watch how this is going with the green lines. Up, up, and up. All right, looking good. And now we're going to have stuff in our way here. So we're going to have to rework our power here a little bit. We're going to go ahead and run our power out this way for a second. Run that there. Run that back over there. Check this out. See how low it's getting now. It's got plenty of coal in there. And it's going to have trouble with water because it's going to run out of water here in a second. But we'll get that going. We want to get all these stacked first. All lined up. The bottom, the middle one doesn't matter. It's the top one that matters. There we go. And then now we're ready to put our water back in again. Now we can just go ahead and take these bottom two out because they're not going to be useful. We're not going to use those. And then I'll make room for our pipes to go through here and still have our lifters. Now, one of the cool things they've added in Update 5 is the ability to link up or line up your pipes and everything to the back of things. I should make another set here, a set 2. Now, if my power goes off, no big deal. We can always come back and get that going. Right there. So I basically just set a whole bunch of things to my hotkeys. And so we're just going to run the pipe first, like this. And then what we can do is we can use the pipe as a snapping point. And if I can get around the other side. There we go. As a snapping point. Now, one of the things you can do, I find if you get right here, you can climb up on this edge. Allows you to get up here. And then what we can do is we can use this to line that up. And believe me, I can tell you a bazillion times I've had to try to line that up, and it hasn't worked. It really sucks. And then try to keep this as straight as possible. And then I can just go ahead and tap that into that last one there. Right there. Because this last part here, you don't even need this part. This part is non-needed. Because it's just going to go straight into the end one there. In fact, sometimes you don't even need the last one, depending on what you're doing. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to try to climb this. I can't get up here. Aha, what's this? We can climb to the top of this. We can get up here. We can jump down here. We can jump over here. All right, and then we can crouch. We can crouch under that. A lot of tricky movement there. Okay, again, hold down control. Snap it in there. Run all your water. Crouch under here. And now we're getting somewhere. We'll do that battle here after I get all my power up and running. And then we're going to crouch here. Look at this, everybody. Perpetual power. Get fired. I love the fact that that snaps to the back of your inputs. It also works for other inputs as well. It is a wonderful thing. Now, again, the end here was only for lining it up. We no longer need that. We can take that out. In fact, we don't even need this splitter here at the end. We can just go ahead and put it in there. But if I decide to add more that way or decide more out this way, I'll probably add more that way. It's just easier because the line is coming in from that direction. Now, all of these are getting power, but they all need to get some coal now, right? And I've been backlogging a bunch of the coal there, and always put in your lifters last before you get all involved and everything else. Do those lifters very, very last. Let me get into the center here. Now, what you can also do is take these pipes out while you're doing your lifters. Again, if you have a lifter in there, take it out if you're not sure. I always take all my lifters out and redo them, because that's going to be the #1 thing that's going to trip you up. And you're like, oh, how are you going to put those lines back in? Well, I can get in between here now, and I can put all the lines back in. Like this. And like that. This line's already still in there. Like that. Now, if I can't get over, I can also run in between. Like this, and go around here. And now we're looking good, right? We're looking good. Now we just need to get all of the stuff into there. And so we're going to go ahead and get our belts here. Oh, I can just switch my set. There we go. And then we're going to run that up into there. Or not. Oh, wait. I had that backwards. Ah, I put the rest of these in backwards. It just dawned on me. It's my bad. It's my bad. All right, we got to do it again. Oh, and it's not right anyway. It's not lined up right. There's something funky about that one. Something funky about its lining up. That's offset. Yeah, that one's not even lined up right. Okay. Because the way that it snapped in there was weird. So we're going from this direction. That was my bad. No worries. We can always fix it. You can always take it back out. You get all your resources back. And then, again, attach your lifters last. And there we go. Okay, that's attaching much nicer. That's a red flag right there. I could see it already. That was a bit of a red flag. And now we're going to get in here. And hopefully before our power runs out, let's see. How we looking? Oh, plenty of coal in there. And we got our water back in there, flowing into there. We can check it by looking down here to see if it's got enough water. It's got plenty of water in that one. Now, the rest of these aren't fired up yet. And the reason why I didn't fire those up is because I don't have enough water for those. So I just want this one to keep going so it'll perpetuate all the coal that's going through here. Again, I screwed up on these as well, which means I have to take this out. I have to go back down here and catch a clue. Get my directions right. Over there. Take these two out. And one of the cool things about this game is that you can build stuff from fairly far away, and like the building is just so well done. Like, say if you had to do that in other games, you'd have to jump down there and you'd have to do a whole bunch of stuff to make that work. In this game, you can just go ahead and fix your mistakes much easier, and you get all of your resources back, which is awesome. Again, remember the bottom two is not doing anything. I got to turn it this way. I got to take this out. And this out, and this out. I forgot to do that in the one I'm currently on. I gotta take that extractor out, or lifter out. Always take your lifter out. Lifter should be the last thing you put in. Last thing. See how it wasn't working? Now it's working. Now it's lifted. You want to look at the lifter and make sure that there's stuff going up and down on that when that goes down through. And this one was already correct. So that last one should be fine, but I'm going to look at it anyway to make sure it's working. Now, let's make sure that we didn't take out any of our pipes that we need to put back in. We're right here. I can see we do, so let's go ahead, run that into there. And now we have all of our water running. We have our coal coming in, and we need more water. Now, this has a power problem right there. I can see the power went out of this, which means there's some sort of power connection problem or power problem. Why does it not have enough power? It says no power. It's going up and down and up and down because it's struggling because it doesn't have any water because I cut the water off. Now, the cool thing is the water... Oh, let me just make a little pole here so I don't have to keep trying to jump up there. I'm so used to jumping up there with my thing. You can also use a pole to climb up on the pole. For some reason, it like really wants to make you jump across there. There we go. We got to make sure that that water is making it into here. Now, this has extra water in it. Oh, it did. And now it's out of water, everybody. It's out of water, so now we're in trouble, right? We don't have enough water to run it in here, right? There's not enough water to keep the power on. Power's going on and off, on and off. And this is why you keep this thing as a backup over here. So now if I need more power, bam, I put that in there. That's going to give me enough power to get my water back up and running and push that water back up in here because I basically used up all the water and filled all the rest of these. Being awkward. Oh, and I got that thing over the top. That's why it's being awkward. It's going to fill up all my water here again. You need to look at your flow rate of how much water's coming through. You need to look at your red line there. It says nothing's going on. So again, let's look at our power, how it's connected. It's running down there. Huh. Like it's backlog or stuck or something. There's something stuck about that. It's going down here. It's running across here. Going all the way down. Doesn't show any water flowing. All right, there's something wrong with the water flow. I'm going to take that out and reconnect. Remember, this is an early access game, so sometimes it gets messed up like that. So there we go. So I reattached it. And there we go. Now our water's back up and running. So somehow I got stuck from me taking the pipes in and out or something. I don't know. Remember, it's an early access game. Things are going to act funky. I just intuitively know now what's working, what's not working. Now, I also need to re-add my pump back in here as well. Let's get that going. That's also causing a problem here because it's not pumping that water up that hill, which is getting it into the thing. That was another problem there, too. I had that that thing disconnected. And there we go. So now I should start to fill that up. You should see it flowing through here. Now, none of these other ones have power lines. So really the only one that's going to use power is this one at the end. And there we go. See, it's nice and filled. That's what we want to see. Now it's running. Now you want to come over here and you want to turn this off so that you'll have it in case power goes off again. What you really want is a backlog of coal and a backlog of water just in case your power goes off, right? You need more power, whatever it is, so you can restart your coal power without needing to use the biofuel, right? That's the most important thing, is that you can restart it and get going. So, all right, so this coming in is 60. In there, I need more water. Right now, I'm producing about 120 water. This is roughly 40 here, right? So 40, somebody figured out all these numbers, and I appreciate their awesomeness. Current amount of building is 50. It used about 45 water, as a matter of fact. I rounded up to 50. It's just easier numbers. So that's 100 and 200. So we need about 200 water right now for what we're doing. And we're just going to build to what we're doing. So we're going to run around, and we're going to build another one right over here next to it. I try to put it as close as I possibly can. Actually, let's get in the front of it here. Make it a little bit easier to snap it in there. There we go. Hold down Control. You're going to snap in there. And now we're going to need another power line. Now what I'm going to do is disconnect this power line just for a second. Run this here and then reconnect that real quick. And then reconnect this one. Now what I want to do is get this water up into there, right? That's what I want to do. Now the smartest thing for me to do is actually to take out the pump. And you're like, Kismet, that doesn't make any sense. Well, it'll make sense here in a second. It'll make sense in a second. Because what I want to do is not elevate the water. Come on, change. not elevate the water at all. Oh, and actually, this is in my way. I don't want to elevate the water. I want to keep it at the same level so it has the minimum head lift, like this. Oh, try that again. Like that. And so I want to connect these two together, which you can't do with everything else. Really, only pipes allows you to connect it together like that. Now, one of the things I'm about to do is probably not suggested, but since we're in the middle of doing this anyway, we might as well do it now. And see how the water's running out? If I take that out, I lost all that water. But it'd be smarter for me to actually go ahead and put my water storage over here now, and this also makes it a bit easier for me to line this up to this current pipe like that, run this into here like that, right at the very end. And what I could also do is I could do some vertical stacking. Now, why is vertical stacking important? Vertical stacking is important because you have a positive head lift, so it's pushing its way down into the machines, right? So you want to keep your water a bit higher. A great example in real life, water barrels. I have two water barrels. I have a water barrel that's up like this and one that's down like this. Now, why do I do that? Well, what happens is the first water barrel gets full, and then what it does, it runs it down to the one below, and then so it goes up to here, and then when it reaches the bottom of this water barrel, then it will start to fill that water barrel. But it always seeks the lowest point, is what water does. And so it's going to seek that lowest point, and it's going to get to a point where it's not going to overfill this barrel. It's going to start to refill this barrel. And of course, you want to make sure that your actual barrel's up a little bit higher, because if it is down like this and this one starts to fill, it will start to overfill the barrel because the top of this barrel is higher than the water line of this barrel. So it's actually up toward the top like this, and then when it does fill this one, and then it gets almost to the top of the other one, what it does, it has an output of the top one, so it will run any of the excess water out into down the gutter line into the street. So you want to make sure that you have that kind of what's known as a positive head lift, right? So it's kind of basically running down there and causing a benefit. Now, I could do that, but I'd have to make some more stuff, and I'm not going to do all of that for right now. But now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and make our lift across to here. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, you're still going to need a pump across there. Yes, but now it's going to be straight. It's going to be at a flat level, and this is when you really want to use your pumps. Your pumps should be flat like this, close to where your thing is starting, and it has a certain level and distance it can push the water, so you want to keep that in mind as well. And let's clean up a bit of this power over here. This power is a huge mess. Let's clean this up a little bit like this, and then we can make this a bit nicer. Now eventually, of course, we'll make this super nice and move all of this up above, but for right now we're going to go ahead and just clean up our power. We're going to put one power over here. It's going to run to this and run to both of these right here. Like this. There we go. And then this power pole is going to run off into the other one. Now also we'll want to tie our main power right there so that it can keep our water going if we needed to. Now this right here, I typically run the power in the front. And the reason why I run the power in the front is because you don't really do anything with the front, everybody. You're typically not doing anything out here in the front because there's nothing to do up here in the front other than to, check in on your power if you want to. But normally you're going to the back of the power so that you can check in on it. Now these are 4 of them, so we're going to do one there and then one right here, which is basically in the center of these. And then we can run these together and run these together. And now it's on like Donkey Kong. You thought 75 power was a lot. Now we're going to get 4 of them going. Sometimes I get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100,000, 400,000 power. Yeah, a lot of power, everybody. And I also like to always have a backlog of both water and coal. Now look at this over here. If we run over here, I bet you there's a bunch of backlog of coal sitting in here. Oh, now look at that. Now, see this line right here? This is a good time, if you have some extra, to use your faster belts. The reason why is it's just going to get from here to there just that much faster to speed your stuff up should your power go off. So I'm going to go ahead and utilize my little bit of faster line there. Oh, I need more. I need another thingy thing, as I always do. I need another thing. Make more plates. And again, in the beginning, you don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of plates going, so I have to make a lot of them. But eventually, I'll get all the plates going and copper sheets and modular frames. Or actually, I have the copper sheets going now. Modular frames and all of that other stuff. We'll keep all of that stuff running, but we definitely want to upgrade this before we go, so that just in case that power goes off in the future, you can get that going. Now, the same thing here with your lifters. Your lifters also take these right here. God, it's so awkward. It's so awkward to do that. Let's go up here. Like this. Okay, less awkward. Still awkward, but less. Okay, why are you not upgrading? Did you do level 2? Oh my god, I already did level 2s. Oh, I did it out of habit. Oh, look at that. You see that? I already did level 2s out of habit. Oh, that's a bad habit early game, everybody. But that's okay. It already did the work for me. I was going to show you just upgrade them. You can upgrade them right in place. You don't have to make new ones or take them out. You can upgrade lines right in place. You can upgrade pipes and all of that stuff right in the place. You can even upgrade extractors right in the place as well. Now, this is perpetual power. I don't ever have to collect any more leaves or trees unless I feel like it. And look at them all running. Boom, boom. These will start running in here in a moment. Now, if I see one running but not the rest running, then there's something up. There's something afoot, everybody. And so let's see what's going on here. Okay, we got coal. We got this. Why is it not coming out there? Maybe it's not just showing the animation. But I can tell you it's working because I can see the water and I can see it's got 100 coal. So it is definitely getting it going on. Now, we go over here and we check this one. Over here. Now, normally I look at the stack and it will show me the stack, but for some reason it's not showing me the stacks today. That's how I see it. Now, I've done 160 of these in a row, everybody. It's about 12,000 power. It was producing and about 2,000 power to keep it going. All right, so now we are producing about 300 watts of power. And I look at every single one to make sure every single one, they're already maxed out on their coal and already maxed out on their water, which means now it's backlogging it. It's backlogging water, and it's backlogging coal, which is great. Or it already has a backlog of coal. So as it's working in there, it'll keep that little bit of extra backlog, and see it'll go 90, 89, 90, 89, and just stay at that thing, because it's using 60 coal on the dot. So now it'll never really lose the rest of that. It'll stay at an equilibrium. Now over here, this is producing 220, I believe. Let's go look. Or it's 240. 120, 120. So 240 of that's running. Now, a bit of a problem. I'm not really using my pump right now because I don't have it logged in. But you can see it's still working. It's just not working at its best. And so I like to at least put one pump if I'm going to elevate it at all. And this way it's going to push the full amount, 300 maximum through here, into there, which means it's going to fill this a bit easier over here. And you're going to see it's going a bit faster, and you're going to see this eventually will fill up. That's going to definitely fill up. And then these will automatically turn themselves off when it is full of water. And this is still waiting for water over here, which is what you want to do. You want to backlog a bit of water as well. And normally I'll do like a double backlog of that, and there's a much bigger one, which is like 400 instead of 4,000 or 5,000 or whatever it is, instead of 400, which is what I'll come back and replace all that with eventually. Okay, so now how much power we got now? Before we had 120, and now we have 300 perpetual power. I don't ever have to touch this again unless I need more power. It's just going to run and run and run. When I'm not even on the server, because this is a private server, it runs 24/7. I have the thing clicked off where it says stop when everybody logs out. No, it just keeps running and running and running. And now that the power just runs and runs and runs, that means the next time we log in, we're going to have boxes and boxes of resources to do whatever we want, because we're going to use time to our advantage. Now, another reason I brought this around the front is so I could take this and I could run it up to my primary base there. Now, I can't just click up there and run it up there. I'm going to have to run it up this ramp over here or tie it into some existing power. Now, it just so happens that I don't have to run it up that ramp because I have existing power over here. Aha! Kismet thinks all next level over here, everybody. So all I need to do is run that to here and run that right down to there, and my whole entire factory, because it's already interconnected, is now perpetual power. I no longer need to do anything. So this is like the second stage of the game. First stage is when you're using biofuel. The second stage of the game is when you're using coal plants. And now our coal plants are looking sharp. Now I'm going to go in here and double check because that's still freaking me out that all of these things are turned on. That's on. This is going. It's freaking me out that I can't see my coal coming out the top there. But no, it's producing the power. I can see the power coming out. All right, just double checking it all. And that's now running into our main power system. Now, you can see that this automatically jumped up. See how that jumped way up? This up here, this production, is all the production from on the top. So we just added that. Now, our production right now is producing, is using 300 megawatts, right? And how much are we consuming right now? Or we have a full production of 300 megawatts, and we have a consumption of 138 right now. So all of my stuff running at the same time, roughly, is 138. If I had everything turned on right now, it'd be 159. So if you notice, my capacity went up, way up as well. Because it says it's at 420 megawatts, that's because it's using my biofuel from the top up there. And I'm going to go up there and turn that off so I can turn it on in an emergency where if I needed that power, I could go ahead and turn it on. Now later on, what we're going to do, probably next time, is we're going to come in here and we're going to run this coal up to the top, and we're going to run all the water up to the top as well. And we're going to build all of our power up there. So if we ever need to check in on our power, see what's up with our power, we're going to build a lot of coal storage up there as well. We'll have a separate cold storage area and a separate water storage area. That's right. We're bringing all the raw materials in and we're making storage areas for them. And obviously we'd want the coal and the water to be stored next to where we're going to be doing our power. So we'll do that next time. Now, again, this is the more advanced way of playing. It takes a lot longer. It's a lot more involved. It takes a lot more time to make that stuff work. But if you're planning for the long term, this is a great way to play. If you like to kind of delay gratification, you're not just trying to rush to get all the best stuff in the game, and you want to kind of build it nicely as you go, or build in less revamp time, where you don't have to revamp your base over and over again. And that's what we're doing. We're not going to have to that much revamp of our base, right? We're not going to have to, redo this and redo this 15 times. We're just going to run the raw resources and just keep adding more and more and more coal plants and more extractors and more and more and more and more and more and more until on forever, right? As many as we possibly want to do and to the point of excess. Let's go ahead and do a battle. To battle! All right, it's battle time. Watch me as I blow up this building. Let's do it. How do you play this game for so long? Oh, I can play it for endless hours. I have to actually force myself to stop playing it. That's how I have to do it. I have to literally stop playing it. I have to force myself to say, no, I gotta lay down and rest for the next stream. Otherwise, I could play this game for 20, 40. It's like 7 Days to Die. Same thing. I could play it as long as I could physically be awake. That long. So 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours when I was young. Now, about 15 hours. Or maybe 20 hours. I think my longest on stream is 22. 22 hours. And I was playing I think I was playing 7 Days to Die. Or was it Valheim? It might have been Valheim. Valheim, same thing. Where I get all involved in it. I want to build a base. I want to get everything going. I want to get it sorted. I want to get everything running and going. Because what I want to do is I want to get everything going so I can just let it go. I can just let it run. And that's what I want to do here. I want to get perpetual power so I can literally walk away from the game, come back in a week, and in a week, I'm going to have a massive tons of resources because this factory is going to keep running endlessly. I don't have to put any more fuel in there. I don't have to pop in game, put some more biofuel in there or whatever. I don't do any of that anymore. And now it's already bringing all the power up there, so I don't have to do that either. I can literally just set it and forget it. Walk away from it. Just let it do its thing over there. And I'm going to walk up to the top of my base while you guys are watching this battle. Oh, lots of gold going to Rotisserie G, The Last Flash, LOC, and Agia getting tons of gold there. Very nice. And up here, the Nameless walking away with MVP status with a 13 assists. And I think we're going to stop right there because we want to wait to do this one when I come back so we can do this one and that one. So we'll come back at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and we'll do some more of those battles. All right, now we used up a bit of our reinforced iron plates. As you can see over there on my to-do list, we didn't even have enough reinforced iron plates to do the other two because we used our reinforced iron plates to increase the speed of all the stuff and keep it at speed. And it's now basically a perpetual running power. See it way down there? So cool. So cool. I love to look at it from an aerial view, too, of all the little things you got going. So all you really need, if you want to get just a little bit of power going, you can go ahead, and it depends on how much coal you have. Not really how much water. I mean, it's kind of how much water, but usually you have enough for at least 3 of those, no matter where you are in the world. But it really has to depend on how much coal you're running in there. Now, I could try to upgrade that whole line with reinforced iron plates, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make it a whole factory of making me reinforced iron plates. I'm then going to have it make me a bunch of reinforced iron plates. Then I'm going to go and upgrade it. Then I'm going to upgrade my power. And then I'm going to make even more of the factory, make me more and more stuff. So you can see I'm kind of compounding, right? I made a little bit of power, and then I'm making a lot of power, and then that power is going to allow me to make other things, which is going to allow me to make more power, which allows me to make other things, which allows me to make more power, and so on and so forth, and also to upgrade my stuff here. Now, way over here, we've still got our biofuel running. We want to go ahead and turn that off because that is way excess power. And we want to save it just in case, you know, just in case later on, somehow, some way, we add too much stuff to our base and our power goes off, and then we need to use this to start back up our coal power down there. We can come up here and get that going. Now, eventually, I will move that to the actual power plant, but for now, we no longer need our power there. Now, I should have gone down to 300. You can see the kind of gray line has gone down. Now, our max production and our max capacity is 300. So we are good. We are in sync. And again, we're only using about 160, which isn't that much to get going. Now, what's going to happen for the next week? It is going to do nothing but produce this over here, limestone, plates, rods, screws, and then right now copper sheets. But I'm also going to switch it back so it's going to make me all the other stuff. Now, I don't want to let this run for a week and only have one box here. No, what we want to do is do something like this, everybody. We want to get a couple of these boxes, or more than a couple, going like this. So all of this is going to be full of concrete, hopefully, by the time we get back. And so now it's going to go through here. It's going to get in here. It's then going to run this. What the heck? Looks like it's going the other way. That's freaking me out, bro. That's freaking me out. No! That was freaky. That was freaky. That was messed up. That should have been running the other way. I think it was just vanishing because it wasn't going in there. I don't know. I think it was working. It was just the animation looked like it was going the wrong direction. But it should automatically attune or automatically adjust the direction of your belt based on where you go. That's a bug right there, but I found it. I'm good at finding bugs. So this last one's going to fill first, then this one, then this one. So we're literally going to have 4 boxes full of concrete, hopefully. I don't know. It may not have enough time. Now, we might want to tap some more concrete or at least some more limestone and run it over there because it's not running at full capacity. So if we run it over there at 60, we're going to need 2 of these. So here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and go to this and see if it has any backlog. It doesn't. It doesn't have any backlog there. Let's go ahead and take that out. Let's take this out. Let's add a second one here. Actually, let's back this up a little bit too, so we can merge those afterwards. So we're going to add 2 of these in here. We're going to try to increase our production here so we make sure we have a bunch of this. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and put a splitter right here. And make sure it's going the right direction. That's a merger. Splitter. I do that all the time where I have the wrong one. And again, we want our input there. Oh, look, it was lining up incorrectly. Is that not lined up? These are not lined up to each other. Okay, hold on. Let's do this first. Let's put our splitter in first. There we go. Splitter in first, then we'll grab one of these, and then we'll put this after that, so it'll line up better like that. There we go. Okay, that's a better way of doing that. This into here, that into there. We'll take this one out so it lines up with this one, like this. And now we're going to split that, and we want to go ahead and tell this to be concrete. And then concrete. And then we'll run our power. Keep that going. Right over here. And then we want to merge this. Right over here. Now, I like to doing, just in the early game, I typically like doing what I call a center merge. Center merges are perfectly balanced, everybody. As all things should be, according to Thanos. Right there, into there, and then like this. So that means it's going to merge evenly from both sides. Now, I don't have enough to fill both of these. And I need about 45 times 2, which would be 90 going in here. Now, I don't have enough fast enough line to bring it in at 90. But I can at least bring it in at 60. So both of these, this one will get overfilled, and then this one will do the excess of that 60. Now, right now, I have a course node, so it's only bringing it in at 30. And how do you know it's only going at 30? Well, you can actually look at the line up here at the top, or at the thing coming up, and you can see it's every other one that's coming out of there, right? It's every other one because this animation definitely needs to be fixed. It definitely doesn't look like that's going at the proper speed. But you get the idea. So it's every other one. It's basically running at 30. I know because the extractor is only extracting at 30. So I want this to run at 60. So I'm going to need to get more and run that over there. So that's kind of set up, but we need to go back to the bottom and set that up here in a minute. Now, the other thing we want to do is run over here to this other production we got going. And right now, we got it producing a bunch of plates. Well, we want to go ahead and do the same thing over here that we did over on the other side. We want to get this lined up. And put a bunch of extra ones in here so while we're away, it'll have a bunch of that all lined up. Okay, now it's going to make a crazy ton of plates. And then let's get in here, same thing here. Awkward spot to try to line that up. Let's get over here. There we go. Zoop. 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 I love to zoop, zoop, zoop. All day long with the zooping. All right, and we got that going. Let's get another one there. And let's just put another one right out there. There we go. So now, again, we've got a whole bunch of boxes that are just going to fill up with as many of those as it can do in a week. Now, over here, what do we got? Screws. Yeah, we want to have a lot of those. We want to have a lot of those running. Again, we're going to use time to our advantage. So, again, we want to let this run and run and run while we're not even online. I won't even have my computer on and it'll be running. So this will be running on the server. And there we go. 4 boxes of that going on. Now, let's run over here this side and kind of do the same thing. Now, while I've been busy doing a whole bunch of stuff, it's been over here collecting a bunch of this right here, right? Because we were running, this side over here was running. We're going to take this little segment back out again. And probably should just take all this out and re-add our thing here at the end. Actually, I should turn these off now. And put these back to wire. This one's going to be wire. There we go. And run that out, because what you want to do is you want to run it's called bleeding the line. So you want to run all of these out of here that are not those, right? This way it doesn't stop your production. The reason why is because I'm going to put a constructor in between right here, like this, and I'm not going to even worry about the alignment or nothing like that, and put back in my cable production, and we'll run that over there, and now it's going to take the wire, convert it into cable, put that cable right in there, and I'm going to go ahead and grab all of that out of there here in a second. Put it over here. Let's put those in there for a second too, and these, and then we can grab all of those out. Let's see if any of these went to the front one. No, that's just all cable up there. And put these over here temporarily. And we're going to need some of these, so we'll take those out for right now. Okay, so that's back to doing wire. This is still running all the cable out, even though it does have a bunch of that in there. So we're going to go ahead and put this again over there and deal with that here in a minute. And now what we're going to do is we're going to split the production over here. We're going to take this one out, and we're going to go ahead and tell this one to go back to making wire. So that one's going to make wire, and this one over here is going to have its own separate line of it making, you guessed it, copper sheets. Now we're doing copper sheets, wire, and or copper sheets, cable, or wire then cable, at the end. So now it's making all three resources basically. Let's do a little bit more zooping. Right over there. Give me some more room for this one. Now we're definitely going to need more concrete for all of this. We'll come back. Get some more of that here in a minute. We got enough to get at least this going. Actually, I could probably just take these out. Like that. And just zoop it this way instead. There we go. And let's connect all these together so we know they're going to the end. Let's grab this. Anything else in there? No, just that. Okay, now this is going to have a little bit of this in here, so we're going to take that out. This is still feeding all this wire into there. Let's make sure. Now, one of the things you want to do when you are doing this is make sure you run to the end one. Run to the end one and make sure that the end one is getting... Oops, see? That the end one is going up right there. See, if that one's going up, then you know it's making its way through all of the other ones as well. And so, look, we already got 2 there. Let's just try to do maybe 3 or 4 of these on each of these. And then we can really let it run. It's going to have a crazy ton of resources. All right, that one's good. This is going to make a ton of wire. And then cable over here. We have our first box. There's a little bit of this in that other one. We're going to let that run out of there. A little bit of that left. See how I was running that extra one in there? There we go. And then I don't think I have enough. I think I have enough for one more there. And so go with one more there. Oh, that's going the wrong way. Always trying to trip me up, this game. Okay, so all that wire now is going to go into there. This is going to produce wire. So I'm going to have 3 boxes of wire. That's fine. And that's it. So 3 boxes of wire, 4 boxes of... or cable, sorry. 3 boxes of cable, 4 boxes of wire, and 4 boxes of copper ingots that we can go ahead and just let run and run and run. Those are all set up. You can also see we still have a big backlog of resources that we can tap into later on. And then we have all of our boxes of all of our various other resources. I'm really tempted to make a parachute. Very, very tempted to make a parachute so I can parachute down. But I'm just going to walk. Now, we need to up our limestone, and I think that's about it. Man, we're running way over. Could have probably done another battle. One more limestone, and I think we got it done. But it allows me to focus, everybody. That's why I'm not distracted by the battles every 5 seconds. I just want to get into it, get it going. Yeah, I love this game. This game is an 11 out of 10. An absolute 11 out of 10. Incredibly fantastic game. If this is your jam. Now, if it's not your jam and you like, you know, Animal Crossing or whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with Animal Crossing. You can like that. Or, you know, Mario or whatever. It doesn't really matter. If this is your jam, this is one of the best games of this genre. Absolutely. If not the best game. And I know that throwing some serious ones in context because Factorio is an amazing game too. A lot of other the factory builders are great. But this one is really exceptionally good. I love playing. I've played through many, many times and dig playing it because you're always kind of going on to the next thing. What's the next thing I'm working on? And working on the next thing and working on the next thing. And if that's your thing, then you're going to have lots of fun. If it's not your thing, then hey, there's plenty more games out there. That's funny that I need concrete and I'm trying to get concrete. That's funny. I find it funny. All right, we better put down a crafting bench before we run out of resources here. And over here. Crafting. Okay, so first thing we need to do is we need to make a little portable miner. Now, the cool thing is while I'm working on my other thing, I'm going to take this little portable miner and I'm going to throw it down, pick up some of that stuff. Now, this is also an impure node, so this is basically extracting at 30. The other one's extracting at 30, but if I combine them together, they're extracting at 60. So I'm going to try to bring this one from over here and merge it with the one over there, and then I can just run it as a single line. I don't have to rerun another line up to do it. So that's going to be super useful. But to do that, to make the miner, I am going to need some more concrete. So I'm going to let that extract just a little bit. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to do a little bit of extracting myself. Oh, and I should, hold on, I should clear my list first. There we go. This way all that other stuff's not in there. So I need about 10 concrete. So let's see if we can make about 10 concrete in here. We can make exactly 10. All right, and I've already got 3, so I really only need 7. But we're going to need more here in a minute anyway. Now we can go ahead and put our extractor down. And the cool thing is we can just go ahead and just pick that right up. Pick that right up and use that one as our extractor. Now I like to turn it in the direction it's going to go because it's just that much less of a run I need to do. I'm going to take these out for now. And if I need them, I can always remake them. And we're going to go ahead and start running this. Now, the cool thing is we already have some power nearby that we can tap into. So we go ahead and just run this right over there. Bam. That's going to start up and start bringing that in. So we don't need to come back. That's it. That's done. All I need to do now is get this to connect way over here on this other side. And I'm out of concrete. Out of concrete, so I don't got that. Now I can probably take this out now. This is going to give me some more concrete as well as back some of my resources. Right there. I'm going to leave that one at the end in case we want to run up there. But really don't need it all the way down to here. I think we'll be fine now. And that'll give me a little bit more concrete to run this. And right to there. Now again, the concrete's going to be coming to me now, so I don't even need to run over there. I can just go ahead and let it run and run and run. You know what? I think I'm going to put this up on that little edge there. Okay, so I need a little bit more concrete. And now, instead of me going to it, it's coming to me, but I can just run toward it. And pick it up. And sometimes it'll skip one, like it did over there. It does it. Let's see if there's any in there. That's good enough. And again. And then we can go ahead and try to craft some more concrete. We make 14. That's more than enough. And then I'm just going to leave that bench there. And then watch this. Now I can use the belt to help me speed back as well. So if I was coming down from there, I could run it to here and then run along this belt so I don't have to have 2 belts running. This is the only belt that I need running this way for now. Now I could just run it straight up and then run it over. That's another option as well. But I don't like it to junk up my base up there. I'm going to let it junk up down here. And again, all of this stuff will be cleaned up and we'll run it on power pole or run line poles and all that stuff later on. All right, so now I need to take this out and I need to merge this into there. So now what I need to do though is I would start from up here because this already knows what direction it wants to go. And so what you want to do is you want to bring down that from up there. And actually I want to use a level 1 lifter. There we go. You want to bring that down from here, but not block your thing, right? You want to be up just a bit. And you want to do something like this. And then, let's say something like that maybe. And then what we want to do is we want to merge these two together and then run them into that line. Let's say something like that. And so I've got it nice and close so I can then try to make that perfectly match up the side of that. So now that's attached to the side of this. Then we run this into here and that, let's say into this side. And now we've merged the two into one. And now it's going to be running at 60 instead of just 30. Now I could overclock it and make it faster. I could also get level 2, which is going to double that to 60 and whatnot. And you'll see me start to double up all my current resources. I don't even need to get any more nodes, everybody. I'm going to double these nodes up. and then double those, and I'll overclock all of these nodes eventually to where these nodes are producing 600, 900. You can actually do 1200, but your thing doesn't go that fast. Your maximum belt speed is about 780, so you can't even go that fast. But if you could put a splitter directly on the front of it, then you could split it at 600 and 600, and then you could get the maximum extraction from a single node. That would be awesome. Maybe they'll add that one day. But now it's going to be producing more concrete. That's basically the end result of all that hard work right there, is that it's producing more concrete by the time we go in. In fact, about double the concrete, roughly, than it's making now. So when I come in, I should have a lot of concrete so I can build and build and build until I run out. Which, the bigger scale that you build, of course, the more resources you're going to need, the more of that. And I could get 5,000 boxes of stuff, everybody, and I could still burn that stuff up if I went nuts on building, for sure. For sure. And of course, your game would be very laggy, too, with 5,000 boxes. And it would take a very, very long time for it to fill that up at 60. It would be a really, really long time before it filled that up at the rate it's going right now. But, I try to build it, to the amount that I think it's going to fill in the next week. And it may not even fill all 4 of those in the next week. But it's certainly going to give it a good try. And I would say concrete's going to be the #1 thing that you'll want to see. And there we go. We're looking good there. And this will now come in and then be working both of these a lot better than it is now. Because right now, you're going to see that it's like no resources, right? That's because I cut off the resources temporarily while I was working on it. But we definitely want to walk over here and make sure you see that stuff coming up. Look, it's coming up at 60. I can tell because there's no gaps. See, there's no gaps all the way down. That means that's at the maximum belt speed. And so now that's going to work its way through here. And again, these are all 60 belts. So it'll work its way through until it gets all the way up here into the front. Again, I would not leave until you see that done. Until you see it actually doing the thing. All right, that's going into there. It's coming out of there now. Coming out of there. Yep. Over here, it's now splitting out to that way. So 30 of it's going that way, and 30 of it's going this way. Now, if I had my overclocking and all that stuff available, I would actually underclock this, meaning I would turn it down so it's not wasting power. So it uses less fuel and less power. I would turn it down to whatever the rate is. You can actually just type in the rate that you want it to do it right up here, right? So I could type it into, okay, well, wait a minute. It's going to come in at 30 per minute, well, I can make it 30 per minute, or you can type it in down below and get that at the right thing. Now, speaking of overclocking and underclocking and all that other fun stuff, let's go over here and see what we got backlogged in here. Maybe we can upgrade a few things in here. Oh, I forgot to grab that sulfur as well. Let's see. We put these in here. What do we do with those? Yeah, right here. And let's sort these out a little bit nicer. Let's get these out of here. And we've got some more upgrades in here to do. All right. This is my favorite one, the inflated pocket dimension. But I need one more of that. And I definitely have that much wire. I like more room. This one over here we can do now. Confirm. And then, oh, so close on that one too, right? And that makes you go out and explore, right? So you got to kill a bunch of those running mobs that run at you, wipe those out, and then also get the ones that shoot fire at you. And then I get that one, and I have 2 of them that are inflated pocket dimension. And I also got this fun rebar gun. I don't use it. I feel like it has way too high of an upfront cost, 50 reinforced iron plate, and that I just try to get to the next one. Here's some parachutes we could do there. Some nutrients. Did we get a bunch of these? I thought we got some of those. What do we do with them? It's not did I get them. It's like what did I do with them is the hardest part. Well, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't get them. We also need to get more sulfur. Now, we have some of that, but we should have grabbed that sulfur. I remember seeing some sulfur when we were out and around. So we need to get more sulfur and whatnot. All right, let's unlock the parachutes. Let's go ahead and make some fabric. Get this Marsilia out of here if we've got enough. Oh, that's limestone. Are you hiding, Marsilia? Oh, wait, it's over here. This is the storage, and this is my inventory. Sometimes I get them confused. I always think my inventory should be on the left, and the storage should be on the right, because normally you're putting it in the storage. In this case, they think you're taking it out of the storage on default. Awkward, but you do what you can. Oh, wait, I should just... instead of running back there, I should just make yet another one of these. So I don't have to walk those 5 steps over to there. There we go. All right, fabric. Where are you at? Okay, so fabric. What else we need? Some biomass. All right, well, I think we've got... what did I do with all that stuff? I think I got rid of it. I put it in those burners, but that's okay. I got a little bit. I can make some biomass from leaves. Okay, biomass from the leaves. Oh, and then I'm making linen from it. That's what I'm doing. Or fabric. How much fabric do I need is the question. I need 10. And there we go. And Marsilia. Now we can make parachutes. Very cool. All right.
New equipment unlocked.
And then, you know, you can unlock a whole lot more stuff based on more things. We go again, we have so much stuff we can do. We go fight animals. We go collect some more resources. We could build onto our base. There's like 50 things I could be doing right now, or 100 things, going in 100 different directions, searching for different resources and running lines and scaling up all my base and doing all of that stuff right now, including making stuff that could be going into my space elevator right now. Which would be super useful at this point. But I usually like stop working on the space elevator while I'm doing the tiers, and then I'll come back and work up the rest of those tiers. Now, vehicular transport, we need some rotors, we need some modular frames, we need to get those going. The same thing with our steel production, whatnot. We want to kind of automate all of that before we get into all of this, because we're going to need pipes and all of that other stuff. Mated combat's not too bad. That one we could probably do right now. Just make some reinforced iron plates real quick and do that one. Let's see, how many can we make? 44. How many do we need is the question. Right here, improve combat. Now, you don't have to always do these in order, by the way, everybody. You can, I find the one that's most convenient for me to do and that I probably need in that moment. And I bet you I'm going to need more screws on this one. We'll see. Is it going to be screws or is it going to be plates? It's always one or the other. And this is how you play this game for hours upon hours upon hours. You just like one more thing and one more thing and one more thing and one more thing, and 10, 20, 40, 80, 100 hours later, you're still at that one more thing that you want to do. And that's fun. That, you know, when you're thinking of the game and you're not even playing it, that's when you know it's gotcha. I have that problem with Astroneer. I have that problem with Satisfactory and 7 Days to Die. Sometimes have a problem with New World as well. Is that I'll think, okay, well, I want to work on this gear, and I want to do this thing, and I want to log in, I want to get this stuff. Oh, fusion cores. Oh, I got to get, speaking of things I need to log on and do, fusion cores for Fallout 76. I need to do that right after I get off the stream between this one and my next stream. I could do that for about 3 hours or so and get some fusion cores for tomorrow. That would be very, very useful. Because we're going to be going for a while tomorrow. Yeah, it's screws. Okay, no problem. We ran out of screws. No issue. Run over here. Right over here. Now, one of the things you can do, by the way, another great trick that I like to use before I get to signs now, is do this. Now, why do I do that? Well, I do that so I know what the heck's in that box. I just look in there. Okay, that's that. Okay, here's my screws here. Now, I already knew that they were in there. But it's a great thing when you start having a bunch of boxes and you're like, what is in that box, right? You're constantly like trying to guess what's in that particular box and whatnot. So I started doing that, and that is really, really useful for sure. All right, we're only about 6 away here. I think we can get this done. 4 away now. There we go. Easy peasy. And now we can put that in there. And, oh, wait, we need some wire. All right, can I just make the wire? Yes, I can. I have just enough. Oh, I don't have enough anyway, though. Even if I make the 10, I'm not going to have enough. Nope, I got to go grab some. All right, no worries. Also, no worries. That's why I hate building at ground level, everybody. So I have to jump over stuff. I have to jump over stuff. I have to climb over stuff. You'll see I'll not do any of that at the ground level. Especially when we get into the double boxes. You'll see that I'll run the double boxes up above, or I'll run them in a vertical way. Really, the thing is, what we're trying to do is we're trying to store a lot of this. Oh my god, look at that. Do you think I got enough? I think so. That's just me guessing, though. I think I got a lot in there. And then again, it's going to fill up all the rest of these as well. Because it's going to non-stop run. I don't have to do any more power, no nothing. It'll just non-stop run. I can set it, forget it, log out. My server's going to keep running. I'll log in. Buco amount of resources. And then we're going to take all those extra resources and we're going to run them into some machinery. Get them all converted to the next tier item next time. What are we doing back here? We're going to need to turn in this last bit of wire. Bam! All right, there's our big red button. Go!
Milestone reached. R&D inflated your pocket dimension, added an additional hand equipment slot, and have provided an improved Xeno Zapper with increased strength and range.
All right, new Xeno Zapper. Let's get that going right away. I always forget to do my Xeno Zapper. Bye-bye, little spaceship. Let's get our equipment workshop down. This chainsaw sometimes is so annoying. It's like constantly popping up all the time. Xeno Zapper. Let's get on it. What do we need? We need 2 of these. We need a couple plates. We need to make another little mini one. Where's our little one? Here's our big one. Okay, our big one needs 2 of those. Oh, we need some frames. So all I need is a couple of these. All right, no problem. That's easy. A couple of, again, one more thing. I suggest to upgrade your little Xeno thing as quick as possible. The second it comes up, do it right away. Otherwise, you forget. I forget. And then I'll be like in the last tier of the game. And then realize that I haven't upgraded my thing yet. And I went all that whole entire time without upgrading it. I'm going to take the one I'm using as well out of my inventory. And I got to make some modular frames. So I need some more of these plates. Believe me, you're going to need a lot of these plates. And we're going to really scale up the plates here. And have them do their own thing. Alright, let's go with 4 modular frames. I didn't even look and see how many it was. There we go. And alright, we're getting close. There we go. We can make it. Xeno Basher ready to rock. Yeah. More range and more damage, so you can take on the bigger baddies. Speaking of the bigger baddies, let's go ahead and put all this other random loot out of my inventory. So the next time I come in here, I'm not getting backlogged with that stuff. All right, all out of there, and we are GG. We are GG and ready to rock. Letting that run, our perpetual power. Let's take a look at our power. Smooth as butter, everybody. Smooth as butter. 300 up there. Max production is only 172 anyway. Our production is going up and down, but that's what you want to see. You want to see it turning off and on depending on what it needs. But we have way more than enough power to let that run for a whole entire week until we come back next Wednesday and we play a bunch more Satisfactory as well. Right there. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. One more thing. I almost forgot. Let's check our tickets. Oh, we're at 6 tickets. All right, we're going to print our coupons. And now, by the way, when I come back next time, this is also going to have a lot of tickets. It's going to run for a week. A week of running this into there. Just nonstop for a week. A lot of tickets in there. But you know what? Before I go, let's get our most important thing. Let's go ahead and purchase our coffee cup. There we go. Buy all. And now we got our purchases here. So I don't have to look at this Xeno Zapper the whole time. I'm going to take the Xeno Zapper going to put it right there. And you're like, Kismet, what does a coffee cup do? It doesn't do nothing but let you slurp. Slurp, 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 slurp. There you go. What it does is it gets that big old Xeno zapper. You don't want to run around trying to build stuff like this. You don't want to run around trying to build stuff with a big old chainsaw on your face. So you know what's easier to build with? This little tiny little cup. Keeps the stuff out. This game doesn't have it like it's in Fallout 76 or Fallout 4. When you hold down R, and a bunch of other games too, you hold down R and it puts your weapon away. Now, why they never added that to the game, I have no idea. Don't blame me, everybody. I don't make the games. I just play them. But there should be a function where you hold down R and it puts away whatever it is, even your coffee cup. And it puts it away so you don't have to look at it. I feel like that would have been an easier thing than to build that in the very beginning than to go back and do it later. But we'll see. Now, we need 5 more tickets for our vehicle, and we will definitely have 5 tickets by the time we come back next week. And again, we're going to call it there. I like to get up on the roof here and survey my hard work. Oh, look at the planet in the background moving. Cool. And there we go. So now, letting that run, we're going to be good. Now, let's go to my office, everybody. Let's teleport you guys up. You guys haven't seen my new cool animation. Watch this. Ooh, did that tingle? Did it tingle while you were teleporting into my office? Did you notice that on the teleporting pad there, when you get into the center of that teleport pad, there's little dog paws? I actually was at like 3 o'clock in the morning. This is what I did, everybody. I took my shoe off. Got my shoe. I took my flip-flop off, and I went over and compared how big Sparkle's paw is to my shoe. This is what I'm doing at 3 o'clock in the morning. My wife's like, what is wrong with you? Why did I do that? So I can compare how big the paw should be on that pad next to the footprint of me having the foot on there. So that's what I'm doing at 3 o'clock in the morning. Comparing dog paw size to my foot size. And then what's the distance of their paw from the back to past my shoe? Where's the front of their paw? And their front of their paw is right about here. Right? So it's about 1.5 of my shoes. So I'm in there calculating. These are the things I do, everybody. That's how hardcore and how exact I am when it comes to whenever I'm working on anything. So if you notice that, you like that? That was good animation, right, Olaf? That's a lot of work. You gotta think all these animations, my startup panel, and that animation is literally hundreds of hours worth of work. Now, speaking of work, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a rest time. I'm going to collect some fusion cores for tomorrow. And then I'll be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be playing some New World, having some fun, getting some more stuff, hopefully getting that done. I need to, what is it, Thursday? On Thursday, Thursday night, I need to make sure that I buy a bunch of food in New World just in case I'm not here by Tuesday playing some New World and I miss out and the event goes off. So I got to remember to do that as well. But let's give you guys some love. Let's go ahead and press some buttons and flip some switches over here. Here we go. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 caps. We're crushing those retweets as well. Give me some extra caps right there for getting on the Kismet Love Train. Now, take a quick moment right now, everybody. Bam! Follow those links that you're going to find right there in the chat. Now, if you can't use them, if you're on mobile or whatever, and the links don't seem... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It's making the noise, but I don't see my commands coming up. Hold on. I might have to refresh my commands. Hold on. See, it almost didn't give you your caps. Hold on, let's do that again. 2,000. And if it accidentally gave you your caps, what the heck? You get bonus caps. 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 caps. Yeah, I always got to double check. I don't make the stuff, everybody. I don't know why it gets broken. Don't blame me. I don't make it. I just use it. And there we go. So we got that going. Now, again, here's some links right here. Now, again, if you can't use these links on mobile, you can just scroll down in the panels down below my stream. All of my social media links are down there as well. Now, the best way to help the stream for free, let's go right over here to YouTube at youtube.com/KismetBP. If you are watching this in the future and you are enjoyed this video and you've been laughing, crying, having a fun time, you learned something along the way, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button right down below. Now, if you're watching the stream live, take a quick moment, go over to YouTube, hit that subscribe button. The more you hit that subscribe button, the more giveaways and fun stuff I get to do here in the stream. The same thing with Twitter. Pop on over there, twitter.com/Kismet, B like Bravo, P like Papa, Kismet BP, just like it shows right there, and hit that follow button. Now, if you want to know more about the stream, come on, be part of my community. Say hello, go over there, say hello on the Discord. Check out all the cool sections we have over there. It pipes all the latest news feed of a whole bunch of different games like 7 Days to Die, Fallout, and so on and so forth, and games like Satisfactory right to my Discord, so you can watch all the news in one single place. It's pretty awesome. As well as a bunch of awesome people over there you can say hi to, and people say hi back to you. You can introduce yourself. You can even post your pet pics. Now, when you do go over there and say you do want to post your awesome build from Satisfactory, make sure that you go in and read the rules first. There's a little green check mark. You click that little green check mark. That's going to give you the ability to get into chat and also get into the voice chat and type whatever you want or say whatever you want in there. Keep it PG-13, though. Keep it PG-13. That's part of the rules. You'll probably read that in the rules. But you can go down then into the community builds and put your awesome Satisfactory build in there. I'd love to see it. I love to see all those posts. They actually come right to my phone. Any post that you make on there, I'll instantly see over there. So go ahead and take a bit of time to do that. You can also check out my website, a bunch of cool stuff up there, including all my studio equipment, unboxings of guides, tons and tons of cool stuff over there. And then, of course, the best way to support the stream, the way to go above and beyond, is to go over to patreon.com. Now, of course, you get sneak peeks of all the stuff that I'm doing, like those animations, bunch more stuff coming up very, very soon, a bunch of events and things like that, and giveaways and cool stuff like that, and new videos coming out for YouTube, including guides and things like that, that you will get to see first before anybody else by going over to patreon.com/Kismet. That's right, I got my name. I got my name over there at Patreon. For $5, guess what? 95% of that goes right back into the Kismet Love Train. Helps out the stream. And 5% of it goes to PayPal fees. I can't do anything about that. But the 95% helps a lot, because if you subscribe here on Twitch, guess what? Half of that goes to Twitch. And it makes it really hard for us smaller streamers to survive. Just basically trying to keep the lights on up in here, everybody. I don't make money doing this. It's like a money pit doing the streaming thing. But I'm hoping to get to a point one day where it actually pays for itself, and maybe even pay me back for the 7 years that I've invested into being a streamer. I don't know. And if it doesn't, I got a great time out of it anyway, everybody. And it really did improve my health and all of that. But I do appreciate you all being here in the stream. And I'm going to see you guys again tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So take a quick moment, go over those social media, show me some love, all right? We'll see you all next time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norver. Thanks for watching. Press the subscribe button. I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet Love Train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Riverdog, Rotisserie G, and JC Hunter. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.